Have we all turned up?
I'm here.
Yay!
How
we doing?
I'm here.
How we doing? How we doing?
Oh, not bad. Not bad.
Sorry, just doing a bit of housekeeping.
The OGs have turned up.
Yeah.
OGs, the old gits. We're running a parapet here where we got the elderly on the top. Oh no! Wait for it. There you go.
I'm back. Okay, he's back.
A bit of company downstairs. Evening, Exeter. Thank you for popping along. Well, what a week! What a week!
Yeah.
From the super sausage last week to me passing me Hazard and Theory. Yay.
Well done, mate. Well done.
Yeah, well done.
I've got a date for my test in December, so that'll be me on the road
good.
after that, providing a pass.
After that, we know who to blame for the late parcels.
Yeah, well, you can blame me for them now because I'm supposed to be sorting them. I'm out training to drive fucking lorries. And December, do that, and that's me done then. That's me done. So that was the weekend. I hit 2,000 subscribers.
And that's an amazing thing. Well done.
Yeah, pleased about that. Wolf Tales came out, and I'm blaming Wolf Tales for me hitting 2,000 subscribers because after that episode, I jumped about 40 subscribers. So thank you. And I still think that guests on the show should get a free hoodie, but never mind. That's just me thinking.
You can, of course, go to Amazon. That's where they are.
Exeter. Am I straight on the lorries after that? It won't be very long. It won't be very long after that. What Royal Mail do is you have to take whatever job they give you, and they are opening a new unit up in Daventry, big parcel hub, and they're going to want extra drivers for that. So you have to accept whatever job they give you, and they'll give me a job up there. And then once you start, you go on to like training to reversing with trailers and things like that. And once you're cleared on that after about a week, then that's it. You're out on your own. So yeah. It's been a full-on week. And then of course we did have industrial action planned for Thursday and Friday, which got cancelled on Friday due to the unfortunate demise of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. So yeah, happy days and sad days. But yeah, it's been a busy, full-on week this week. I'm just looking forward to in 2 weeks' time. I will be in Orlando. So.
That's good. What have you got planned, Simon? What's the plans?
Right, flying out of Orlando. I'm actually taking my mum, dad, two of my boys, Matthew and Charlie, that have both appeared on my videos, and Charlie, the one that broke his wrist. Incidentally, he's doing a lot better. He went back to work on Thursday, so that's another good thing. And my nephew. So there's quite a few of us going out there, and obviously Tracy, the wife. Don't forget Tracy, the wife. Don't forget Tracy, the wife. She always gets forgotten in everything I do. I don't know why. It's like, and I was going to rent a Harley and ride it down to Key West because that's something I've always wanted to do. But I was looking at the rental now. Harley no longer rent the bikes. It's done by Eagle Rider, and they're just shit. So I might not bother. I might say fuck it. I will pop down to the Harley shop and have a look because I know the CEO down there. Me and him made friends a few years ago when Hurricane Matthew arrived. I think I told you the story, Rhythmic.
Yeah.
I did make friends with him, so I'll see if he can sort me something out. If not, then I'll probably just buy a Harley hat for $100 and fuck off.
Probably.
And spend a lot of time here around Orlando, and Daytona Beach is lovely. But while I'm out there, I've promised Hells I will track him down. So I've got to track Hells down. I've got to meet that man.
Imagine doing a live. You doing a live stream with Hells beside you. That'd be how cool would
that
be?
Would be fantastic. I'd love that in his humongous trailer. Humongous trailer.
That would be amazing.
I mean, that's what we call a caravan, isn't it? Over here, a wobble box, but that's a wobble box on steroids. It really is.
Yeah, beefed up.
Yeah,
they know how to do it. They know how to do it over there. They really do.
Go big or go home.
You're not wrong.
Well, at the end of the day, there's only about 13 corners in the whole of America anyway, so
I think there's 12. I think they straightened
Is it
one.
12? No, the straightened one out.
Someone got stuck going round it, so they
That's
straightened it.
It's like I can't get my 65-foot trailer like I'm hitched onto the back of my pickup round the corner. So you need to straighten that out.
Welcome,
Okay.
German jobbies. Welcome in the house. But yeah, so that will be my holiday in a couple of weeks. So I'll have to try and jump on your live stream, Reb, from Orlando
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
by the pool, having a beer.
If you get a chance, go to St. Petersburg.
I think I might have already been there. I'm not sure.
Great little beach. You go out if you go out to St. Petersburg. There's a little deli bar that's right on the beach. You've got to go in there and ask them for a BLT sandwich.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've just got to ask, has it taken Paul a bit longer than all of us to get here? Because it's
I think Paul's been working his computer with his tongue out like that. How about that?
You think is when he types now or uses the mouse, his head has to get lower, doesn't it?
I went for a cigarette break, thanks.
You sure you didn't go for a happy ending?
No, well, you need to move the hand towel in the background.
he's quickly gone and got that 5th star, hasn't he, on his card?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, we love you long time.
Definitely.
I'm wondering when I get my free coffee.
Oh, yeah.
Sunday, if you're still, you know,
Sunday, if you're up, if he's still staggering by Sunday, yeah.
That's it.
You're not too wankered.
What time are you setting up on Sunday?
Normal time, 9 o'clock. Be there for about 1:15.
Now, you do realise it takes me 40 minutes to actually get to yours before we even get to the I've like done a day's riding by the time I get to Eclipse.
you got to wake up early.
We'll meet you at the sausage, as long as it's not pissing it down the rain. If it's just drizzle, then we'll go. But if it's pissing it down, then we're not.
It's actually supposed to be dry on Sunday till the afternoon, so we should be good.
Yeah,
we should be good.
I'll sober up by then.
I think I've heard going by the internet that Ting Tong's got a mobile massage table at the Super Scottish.
Actually, that's not a bad business idea, is it?
That's an idea. Get a bit of video as he pulls up. Mr. Dubway!
Hello, Mr. Dudley.
God.
Yeah.
Got to be done, isn't it? Got to be done.
There could be a good business idea there. I could be a pimp.
No.
You got the furry hat. That's an idea. Get the trophy. We'll have fun fur all over the dash of the.
Could be thinking now.
Pimp mobile.
Goodness gracious me.
That's dangerous. That part.
Goodness.
Thinking.
Yeah.
You'll have Simon on a yellow right away. That's just.
I couldn't give a shit. I don't even think. I'm not even sure if I've turned the monetization on or off.
Oh, mate.
I really shit. I'll tell you, I really do not care. It's these live streams are all about sitting around having a chat and talking bollocks.
Chatting the bollocks, shooting the breeze, isn't it?
No.
Rev, are you enjoying that drink, mate?
I'm out of Bucky, mate. I'm run out.
You've made it.
It looks like anal fluid, doesn't it?
I wouldn't mind, but I bought that on the way home, and the bloody thing's empty.
You're just on the learner. You're just on the learner bottle, Rev.
Yeah, he's on
one
it.
of the real deal.
Paul would show you, but he's drank everything.
Well, this bottle.
Paul's going to be drinking the fucking mouthwash soon, isn't it? That's got alcohol in it.
No, I've tried that. It's disgusting. This bottle of Bushmills was nearly full before I spoke to you guys.
Whoa, that felt like a dig.
It did. He's blaming us for his alcoholism.
Yeah.
No.
Hells is here.
Yeah. He's looking forward to me coming over.
I've got YouTube on the other screen on my other computer, and it's all blurry.
That's just your eyesight.
Borrow these. Yeah, you can borrow them.
Paul, see if you go onto your YouTube page and go down to the wee cog. It'll be set on the lowest setting because it doesn't want to use up your computer bandwidth on your graphics card. So the
Oh,
wee
I can
cog,
see you now.
if you press the cog and go up to 1080 or 2.7, you'll be all right. You'll be grand.
Yeah, I've done that now. Do I look like Hell's on two wheels now?
Oh, Hells will
Nah.
comment about you wearing glasses
Most likely
indoors.
Yeah. I love that guy. He's so cool.
He's just quality, man.
If I went to the States, I'd actually have to go there and visit.
Deaf or alive.
Oh, hello. Yeah.
Deaf or alive.
Alive, you're coming in.
Terminator.
Go for the chopper.
Actually, when I go over to see Hells, I'll have to make sure I've got some stickers left. I've got to go to the Ace Cafe Orlando and fly sticker it, haven't I?
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Actually, that's a point. At the Super Sausage, Rev Bomb sticker is still on the side of the till.
I know.
I know, every time they peel it off, he puts a new one back on.
Yeah.
I have to take my stickers down there and stick my little mad old biker sticker on.
Yeah. Well, that's what his thing's for. He said, anyone's got a sticker, stick them up, and he'll bang them in the trailer. So there we go, Simon. Put one of yours.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking of creating a geocache, and inside the geocache having my stickers,
Mm.
and having people go and find my geocache to get my stickers if they want them.
Yeah.
The saves posting them out. It's not. Fuck it, if you want it, go and find it.
We've talked about how, what is it, 90 pence for a fucking stamp? No, I ain't paying that shit.
I want you to spend £100 in fuel.
Where's that monument? Is it John O'Groats where everyone sticks their stickers?
Yeah. I mean the sign "Welcome to Scotland" as well is a popular one.
I mean, I'd love to ride up there, but the thing is, I rode my trophy up to Bolton a couple of weeks ago, and after that 3-hour ride, it felt like I've been anally raped by a rhino. Let alone what it would be like if I rode up to Scotland. I mean,
how would you know what that feels like? How would you know to compare it to it?
Well, there was the safari in Africa,
That
in
wild safari in
1980.
98. That wild safari in 98.
Oh
Never
my
the same.
god, that was a rough time.
That's the last time I go drinking whilst on safari. Them rhinos take advantage of you.
All I did was bend down to zip up my tent.
I feel like that comedian that does that thing, he's like, hello, boys and girls. Meet Noddy. Noddy's waking up in the morning. I know, says Noddy. I'm going to pull myself some toast.
That is freaking excellent.
Oh, it's brilliant.
I know, I'm going to go for a drive in my car. It's the wishy whoppers. I
feel like I'm watching the steep decrease of a man.
No, Paul,
I'll tell you what, Paul, when you run out, I'll send you some of that.
Paul, that's the best comedy sketch you've ever seen. That is the best comedy sketch you've ever seen. And another person that did something very similar was Dave Allen.
Oh, yeah. I love Dave Allen.
Dave Allen did a sketch like that as well. And there was another Scottish comedian called Ricky Fulton.
Yeah.
Ricky Fulton did one and dressed as a minister. And what happened was he was doing. Can you remember the Last Call? It used to be on BBC, and it was the minister. Come on, just give a nice wee sort of thought for the day. And Ricky Fulton used to do a parody of that in a Scottish style. So what they did was they set it up like he was basically about to do the Last Call, and it was one of the TV crew. Was the director come over and he had a bottle of gin, so he goes over and he turns it upside down into Ricky Fulton's water. So he starts talking, hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Last Call, and he's drinking the water. He's he gets drunk as the Last Call goes on. He's talking about Euphemia, his wife Euphemia, and honestly, go onto YouTube and watch that Ricky Fulton sketch. It's just fantastic.
I love I loved how every week Dave Allen would tell a different story about, because he had one of his fingers missing.
That's right.
And he'd always have a different story and get to the end of how the finger was missing. And I think they should bring him back.
Yeah.
And the thing about it wasn't the whole finger; it was the one next to it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of our comedy is missed on other countries. I don't think other countries really get our old humour. It's a bit, back in the 70s, it was very slapdash, very tongue in cheek, and very
very untelevisable today.
No.
Yeah.
Do you know what it
Definitely.
was? Do you know what it was? Our comedy was working man social club comedy. That's what
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Bernard Manning.
It was relatable to every like the common man.
I mean,
because that's where the circuits were.
I think, you had people like Mike Reed and Bernard Manning and even what's his name that used to do the quiz shows? There was a film about him as well. Who was the guy that used to do the Golden Shot? And
Bob Monkhouse.
Bob Monkhouse. Now, Bob Monkhouse.
Never saw.
I actually saw Bob Monkhouse live years ago, and I'll tell you what, I saw a different side to this guy. Live comedy, he came into his own. He was amazing, and he would be, the bluest of blue comedians, and he had people on the floor in tears. He was amazing, and he was brilliantly funny, but we don't have that anymore. We've all turned into a nation of snowflakes.
And do you know what really annoys me as well? And see what happened to Bernard Manning in one of the last interviews where they actually lambasted him. They set him up, to look at the dinosaur, because he just fell away from his time. He wasn't aware that what they were going to do, and they set him up. Bernard Manning was one of the most funny people that's walked the planet. His observational comedy was absolutely on point.
I think the only comedian that we've got now that really goes near to the knuckle is Mickey Flanagan. Some of the stuff he comes out with it's just everyday stuff.
Yeah.
Observations of life that he sees and tells the story.
Do you ever watch Paul Delaney as well?
Is Paul Delaney the one that does a lot of those one-liners? And
Yeah.
I think I know who you mean.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you will remember it, but when I was in school, we did like life and ethics classes. Basically, was a subject to teach you all about, fucking what we're sort of talking about here, the whole offensive thing and whatever have you. But we were shown an episode of a series, an old British comedy or sitcom series called Mind Your Language, with Barry Evans in it. And fucking hell, like every single one of us just was like,
I used to love watching that.
We're all like looking at each other going, no fucking way did they put that on television, because they've obviously got like one person.
They should have shown you Alf Garnett.
Alf Garnett. What was the other one as well?
Was it not Love Thy Neighbour?
Love Thy Neighbour
Yeah.
was like that as well. It was like right now it's like the language that was spoke, and you're like,
And for sexism, you had like Robin's Nest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Richard
on the buses.
On the buses. Yeah. Oh Jesus! On the buses. Good God.
On the buses. On the buses.
Yeah.
And we all were worried in that day and age, ending up with a wife like Olive. Oh, for fuck's sake!
I've just found the Gary Delaney one-liners. Oh Jesus!
Oh, don't.
No.
There's loads of them out there.
Yeah, that won't get his live stream stopped. That will get his channel cancelled.
Exactly.
Even if that's only YouTube money.
Yeah.
I know it's lame. It's not worth it.
Formerly Simon GTR.
Formerly Simon GTR 1400's new channel.
Yeah.
Simon GTR 1400-2.
Mark II. Better improved, and this time with filters.
Electric biker Simon.
Fuck off.
cuts all ties with Riff Bomb up to But I just remember, like I say, like when I was in school, they set us in this class. They made us watch only like an episode, and like some of the things that happen in there in that fucking program is just insane. Like the teacher is called Mr. Brown, and he's already having a back and forth with like the Pakistani or the Indian about it, and I'm just like, I can't believe they're just talking about this, and it's just going out on the. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you imagine growing up with that. And then having to change and develop over the years. That was perfectly acceptable.
And
there's people go on about the gollywogs on the jam jars.
Yeah,
or the marmalade, for example.
Robertson's jam jars and whatever.
Yeah.
And I must emphasise, you could collect enamel pins.
Yeah.
Well, I was watching.
They were highly collectible.
I was watching something on YouTube the other week where someone had got one of their classic VW campers, and they got the golly stickers on their camper, and they were made to take them off. Some copper was making them take these stickers off. I couldn't believe what I was watching.
I think he said to him, didn't he? He said, you can take it inside. Like they said, we won't destroy it. You can take it back, but it cannot be out displaying.
That was the other channel of DJ Audits.
Can't be displayed externally.
Yeah. It's now.
I didn't find a channel on Sky.
One of the things that I object to just now is music artists and artists that were out in our generation, like my generation, that are now historically having to apologise. Historical apologies, right? So would the British Empire have to historically apologise?
In it. Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
The colonisation.
So like, let's just draw a line under it. Let's all be mature about it and accept that none of it was acceptable, correct, whatever it has to be. But don't start trolling through history trying to say, but you said that then and you said that this, because we are in a digital age. Everything that we do and say, I mean, anyone can go on to any of Simon's live streams and see me piss saying God knows what, because I can't remember, and probably cast it up on me at some point, because I like now I might have had a change of opinion on something that I've said previously. Let's not just do that. Let's just accept what was said when it was said, at the time that it was said, because everything that was said in a specific timeline is relevant to that timeline, not any further forward. And leave it in that box, because like
if something happened 30 or 40 years ago and it was acceptable then you've got to accept it today that was acceptable then.
Yes, absolutely.
Can you show it or do it now? No.
Unless you're Jimmy Savile.
Then.
Let me just say, I wrote to Jimmy Savile all those years ago to get onto Jim or Fix It, and I don't know whether to feel offended that I actually never got a fucking reply.
See, I never either, Paul, but I was quite glad in the long run, because I was wanting my
looking back.
I was wanting my portrait painted by Rolf Harris, so I think the dog.
Hey, look on the bright side. If you had gotten on to Jim or Fix It, you could have had your prostate checked earlier.
You could have gone on with Tony Hart, and here's the gallery today.
Oh, I was a big fan of Morph.
But see, the thing about it is, Paul, Morph knew.
Yeah. Morph was well aware.
Morph had been moulded, hadn't he?
Morph had fingers all over him.
There must have been something in it, because they brought Chaz in.
Definitely, Chaz had to back Morph up, because they had fingers all over him.
He was dodgy, very dodgy.
Yeah, but you consider the rain when they did Rainbow with Rod, Jane, and Freddie. There were so many innuendos in there.
Hang on. I'm just going to bring this guy in now. It's Rich, also known as G Travels UK. Here he is.
How you doing, man?
Okay,
Well, good. You come to join the old fart club then, obviously, because we're all old
Are you
farts.
work,
All this twat over here.
I'm at work, so I'm just chilling.
Rev, are you talking about the episode with the twangers?
The twangers, yeah, and bounce your balls. And I was up all night banging with Rod, Jane, and Rod and Freddie.
Zippy sitting there with a banana like that. One skin.
Two
skin.
In.
Three skin.
In.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Zippy, what are you doing now? George, why have you got your hand up Zippy's bottom?
Captain Pugwash with Roger the cabin boy.
It's Stephen Staines.
Stephen Staines, Master Bates.
Rev, when we were coming back from that cafe on that, that bike outing.
Oh yeah,
mate, your bike in my wing mirror was horrible. It felt like I had a police bike behind me the whole way around the 25. I was like, I need to get away from him. But no, it's good meeting you, man.
PT probably didn't help that Rev was like, me,
Mate, he needs to get blue light.
No, he's more like this.
What I need to do is go down Pink Punters on a Saturday night, pick someone up, and they can sit on the back with their handbag going, woo, woo, woo.
I hope you're all well anyway.
Yeah, we're good, buddy.
Mad news, isn't it? What's happening?
I know.
Yeah, very sad, very sad.
Sad, mate. Like, it does. It's weird because I never thought, I honestly thought she'd outlive me.
Yeah, it's like,
it's like weird.
100%. It's like I think it's the fact that she was so immediate in her psyche. The fact that she had welcomed Liz Truss and to be Prime Minister, for the news to come back so quickly.
Mate,
and I know. I know
believe.
when I got the news, like when the palace actually released the news that the doctors were concerned, straight away.
Yeah, I knew.
My
It was that day.
My heart sank.
Well, we were on the picket line on the Thursday, and we had the news. It must have been about 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock or whenever it was that Charles and Wills and everybody else had been called up urgently to Balmoral, and we all looked at each other and went, "That's it. She's either gone or about to go." Because they don't drop everything and fucking run like that together.
Like what was it? When I think she held on just to make sure Boris weren't in power, personally. But it is weird that when she let him resign and took on Liz Truss, she actually looked like a granny. You know what I mean? Like a nanny, like the way she with the bruised wrist. So she was already under treatment.
I know it's a bit of a cliche, but they say that couples that have been together as long as they were, when one goes, the other one doesn't last much more than a year. And in the last 17 months to the day, it was 17 months to the day she died after him. You could see her health declining.
Yeah.
When you look at her at his funeral to a couple of weeks ago, even if you was to do a picture every month and look at it, you could really see her declining. It was sad to see.
Simon, do you know one of the hardest things that I saw? And that was obviously, like, we were in the height of the lockdown. And when she was mourning her husband and having to sit on her own in the church, what was this that made me so sad was when she was walking into the church, she turned round.
Yeah. She was looking for
Philip's always behind her.
Philip, because he was always a couple of paces behind her. She stopped and turned, and it was kind of like a realization moment.
And it was like you could see it, and like the minister just was so sad.
For a woman at 95 to have lost her husband of how many, God knows how many years, and then 3 days after the funeral, she's back to work. Yeah. Like that, to me, there's no one on earth like that.
I mean, I said it on my video. She's an inspiration to everybody. She spent 70 years working.
Yeah.
70 years working. Most of us don't even live that long.
Don't get me wrong.
She had 70 years working, and she was working right up to the day before she died.
She had a privileged life, mate. And so any queen would, or king. Like you look at ants. The queen ant always eats the best. You know what I mean? and that's what I feel like. I feel like I lost aunt right now because that's all we've ever known. I never I went around for a king. I am now, but it's like every week the Prime Minister has an audience with the Queen over the phone or in person, to let them know the progress and what's happening. Liz Truss hadn't even got to do her first phone call to the Queen.
No, that's
That
true.
is sad, man. But she's going to be the last Prime Minister of Queen Elizabeth and the first Prime Minister for King Charles III.
Yeah,
and that on its own is history in the making.
Well, Liz Truss actually ties into Winston Churchill because Winston Churchill was her first and Liz Truss was her last. So she carries a legacy.
Yeah,
it's massively. A massive legacy for the United Kingdom.
Like, I was talking to someone the other morning, and they're saying Scotland will still get their independence. I've gone, the Queen died on their soil in modern times. That has got to unite. That has to unite. Like I don't know if I'm seeing it wrong, but I really do believe that this will unite the nation. We're stronger together, man. Being massively stronger together.
I'm sitting behind a line rampant, so I'm not getting into that conversation.
Yeah, it's a hard one. It's a hard one, man. Honestly, because obviously I don't know what you're feeling, and you live there. You know what I mean? So it's like
we love the Queen because the Queen loved Balmoral. Balmoral in Aberdeenshire is like that was a spiritual home. It was a spiritual home.
It was
the issue wasn't the royal family in regards to the
because the Balmoral Highland Games, she used to walk about amongst everybody else, and she was accepted as part of the community. She was the Queen, but she was a Balmoral resident.
I think the best story up there was it Balmoral? No, I think it might have been Windsor actually. She was out on the street just having a stroll on the high street, and an American come up to her and said, like they just sat talking. And he said, "I'd love to meet the Queen," and she said, "Oh, would you?" And he's gone, and she says, he said, "Have you met the Queen?" Like to the Queen, and he said, "No," and she turned around and pointed at her security guard and said, "I think he has though." And he just started giggling. But he had no idea he was talking to the Queen. That's madness, isn't it? What a woman, though. You can't. I don't think there'll be like you can go any part of this planet and say who is the Queen, and that's all the words you need to say, and everyone will say it. And the thing is, she ain't the only Queen on Earth. There's others, but everyone will know Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah,
and I think it's that as well. There's the significance that definitely in all of our lifetimes that will be the last Queen of England. Yeah, the last Queen.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
For a while, got 3 kings now. Got a lot of kings and
three generations of kings.
And this is obviously, of course, George's, William's firstborn. If he'll have children as well and their sons, the line continues.
I think Prince Andrew should have a go, and Harry.
Mad
being king.
I was actually quite surprised that it went to Charles, because a lot of people thought that William would be the one that took the crown for some reason.
He didn't want it. He doesn't want it yet. He wants a normal life first.
Let's face it, Charles is only going to be on the throne for 10-15 years anyway.
Yeah, but Harry would only get it if
he's William like fifth in the row now.
No, Harry's advocated all his legal responsibilities.
Yeah, of course he does now. But it's like at the time, William would have had to have made the point that he didn't want it, and Harry would be the successor to the throne.
How can a bastard child take the throne? You know what was interesting? Last night at work, I was on the laptop and we were talking to the lads. Sorry.
He only sucked her toes though, did he not?
Well, you type into Google who is Harry's dad and look at the first picture that comes up, mate. It ain't Charles.
Well, no, that's an old story that it was Captain, what's his name?
Yeah, but there is such a massive resemblance.
Yeah,
huge.
Have you ever looked at? No, I'm not even going to say it. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, funny enough, I have.
Sorry,
There's debate about a lot of things when it comes to the royal family in that sense.
I remember someone once saying to me, the royal family are just like every other typical British family. They just have nicer things, live in a bigger house, and have more money. Just remember, like, do you know what I mean? But they all still, like, technically have affairs. They all still so much secrecy. You know what I mean? Probably can't stand each other at Christmas. You know, it's all the same shit.
And we all
yeah, you're not wrong.
How much their utilities bills are a year. I wonder if they got a smart meter at Buck House.
Yeah, but it depends if they're using Scottish Power, doesn't it?
Did you see that clip on what was it, GMTV?
Apparently, when they were all called up to Balmoral, Andrew said he'd look after the kids.
Oh, it's getting heavy.
No.
Well, before my channel's jumped down. See you later, guys.
Hey, no, if I'm going down, you're all coming down with me.
Doesn't make any difference. I've only got 65 followers. I'm
I think I got 4. I'm lucky.
Yeah, you got 64 now. Bye, Paul.
It was 69, but King Kong and her friends left, wasn't it?
Back to Noddy.
Oh man,
You know, he's on the biscuit again.
It's like I really needed more mouthwash.
Yeah.
Noddy's having more toast, boys and girls.
toasty.
I'll tell you what, I think my live stream is going to go on until either Paul passes out or that bottle's empty.
Yeah.
The milkman has arrived at Noddy's house again. I think the milkman's sat nav is broken, everybody.
We just need to get you some strings on your hand.
Yeah.
Yes, my lady.
That is fucking brilliant.
Oh, the doorbell's gone. Who's that, Noddy? The fucking milkman
It's a
again.
pizza man. I got the munchies.
Oh, lad.
I know. I'm going to have some more toast.
Check out the
Oh, Noddy's gone to the Thai massage parlour. She's doing a prostate check.
Again.
This is crazy, Dad. I've got to take bets on what's going to come first. Paul passing out or the bottle emptying.
I'm drinking.
I think the bottle dropping.
Yeah. I reckon at this rate, Noddy might actually turn up at his house.
Oh, he'll definitely see Noddy, I think.
Yeah.
Dear.
I'm going to wake up and Noddy will be giving me a prostate exam.
A full body. Him.
I love you a long time, Noddy.
I'll tell you what, this is really great. I think we've all needed this tonight.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
But Noddy has a willy.
Paul's so drunk he won't care.
Thai Noddy.
I'm booking my next Thai massage online.
Oh dear.
Hang on.
What do you mean booking it? You got that 5-star now, haven't you? You got the 5 star.
Yeah.
Hello, Paul.
That extra star on your pad, yeah.
Time, $1. Hello, Paul.
I've Yankee
It's like,
I've had you a long time.
Yeah,
Oh,
Paul, we got a
oh,
special
right.
masseuse for you. He's called Steve.
Paul's is clicking on the Noddy special. They hold him by the big ears.
Oh dear.
Why's Paul got big ears? Noddy wouldn't pay the ransom.
Bunch of fuckers.
Well, Paul, if you're paying for the Thai massage, you pop by mine, please. I'm doing one of them and all.
You get a discount 2 for 1.
Yeah.
We'll have a two.
Yeah, but I'll be stiff with Clive. She's lovely though.
Most of these Thai chicks have never been skiing.
I think this is definitely demonetized.com.
Oh yeah, Simon's not making a fucking penny off it.
Yeah.
I'll give
you
a
never
shit.
know.
No.
Hang on a minute. I've lost my cork.
Oh, is he going to get up again? Oh, no, he nearly went.
He nearly.
Sorry, I lost my cork.
Mm-hmm.
What you guys been
Yeah,
up to anyway? Been out and about or super
Nah,
sausage?
nothing. Sitting at home watching telly.
Super sausage for time.
Do you ever watch any of our YouTube channels? We've all been out.
Yeah, it's just just wondering what people have been actually up to. If there's
What we do is film each other going to the super sausage.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I try not to make a video. I try to actually just keep it like.
Right.
No, I can't.
We've got the new challenge coming, Richard. So we've got the red bomb challenge where you got to drop a red bomb in a tunnel. But this week we've got the L'Oreal. We got the Rhythmic Biker L'Oreal challenge. You've got to get as many L'Oreal products, shower, and then cover yourself in L'Oreal products.
Yeah, this is just because Red wants to see you in the shower, mate.
It just ain't happening, like.
It's just ain't happening.
It's cost of living, mate. It's not cost of haircut.
Hey, trust me.
Yeah, it'd have to be a fucking cold shower, wouldn't it? You can't afford a hot shower.
Not only that, take it from me. L'Oreal's expensive.
Yeah,
man. I know.
Yeah.
Grant,
do I heat my house or wash my hair?
Grant, you're worth it.
I am worth it. You're fucking right, Paul. Well done.
We've discovered earlier Rhythmic's cut down his shampoo bill because he manscaped. So
yeah, well.
Oh,
wow. That was the most intrigued.
That sounds salty.
It was because everyone's talking about it here, and I think Zed was like, "Oh, like they now do the manscaping," and I was the only one who went, "Yeah." Everyone else was dead quiet. Fuckers.
Yeah. No, but yeah. Well, so what's everybody been up to? Well, I passed my hazard and theory tests for my HGV class 1.
Oh, congratulations, Boss.
My son returned to work on Thursday after his motorbike accident on light duties for 6 to 8 weeks.
Hang on a minute, I didn't know he had a motorbike accident.
Sure. Well, I'll put a couple of videos up about it, but yeah.
But I haven't caught up with all of those. I do apologise. Yeah. He's all right.
No, but yeah, he had an accident a while ago. He came off his bike and broke both his wrists.
Oh.
He had to have operations on them both to screw them all back together, basically, and wire them all back together. And then after, I think this week was 6 weeks, I think. He's obviously been going to the fracture clinic and the hand therapist and everything else, which isn't as fun as it sounds, apparently, hand therapist. And they've Mum's mug. Why are you using Mum's mug? And yeah, they cleared him to return to work on light duties, so he went back on Thursday. So yeah.
At least he's back to the office, isn't he? Anyway, what
are
you doing?
He's back earning money, the fucking ponce. Yeah,
Simon, you don't need a HGV license to ride the GTR 1400. You know?
You do.
Oh, you
it's all about the weight.
I thought you had to have a Motability sticker.
I nearly dropped her the other day, mate. I pulled up. I went to pull away from the lights. Oh no, pull onto a roundabout, and I stalled it, didn't I? And the whole weight went on my right leg. I was like, oh, you're like putting everything into it so my panniers don't get a scratch. I'm like,
See you later, guys. I've got to get up at 5 a.m.
All right, take it easy, buddy.
Take care, Rev. All the best, man.
Noddy says bye-bye, Rev.
He doesn't realise he's only turned his camera off. He hasn't. Yeah, there he goes.
I've said it. I've said it so many times.
Someone he forgets to turn the mic off, and
he does.
Cracks out a big fart or something like that.
Right, lads, there's a couple of embarrassing stories I know about union reps that have left the microphone on when they turned the camera off, thinking it turned the microphone off, and they haven't.
Right.
And one of them no longer works for the business, and the other one can never be a union rep again because of what was said.
There's been a few. It's like I saw one, and it was like they were on a Zoom call. And he had like wireless headphones on, and he said, "I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm just going for a refreshment." And the rest of the guys in the collar like, he's the weakest link in the team. I mean, like, no, they've got to sack him, definitely. It's like, and he walks in, he sits down, he cracks open his drink, and he says, "You do realise I've got wireless headphones on? I've heard everything that you've said."
Well, guys,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to shoot myself because I'll finish at midnight and I've got to pack everything away.
All right, mate. Nice to meet you,
lovely
Rick.
meeting you, seeing you all again, and hopefully before this winter frost hits in, we can all go out and meet up again.
It was nice meeting you, man, and it's good to know that it's good to know that you're paying attention when you're watching the CCTV cameras. So well done for that.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
All security and all that. Yeah.
I'm not a pervert, I promise. Guys, be safe out there.
Best,
Right. Love you all.
Keep your rub side down, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
Ta-ra, lads.
That's it. Got lightweights, haven't they?
What I love with the more people that leave, Paul's little window gets bigger, so I can get a clearer view of the.
I'll tell you, his nose has started glowing, hasn't it? He's starting to look like Rudolph.
Do you know what?
Do you like my very contemporary London picture?
I do like that.
Is that Waterloo Bridge in the background? No.
No, it's Embankment.
Embankment, yeah.
Is that the one Rolf Harris painted?
Not that I know of. He hasn't signed
For
it.
you. That Jim will fix it, sort it out for you. Yeah.
When I was out policing one night, I went to a kebab shop in Dunstable. It's the best kebab in Dunstable on Catherine Drive. So if you ever go...
Oh, my God. You didn't go and eat in there, did you?
No, it's good food in there, mate.
I'll tell you what. I stopped eating in there when they got shut down. They found fucking rats in their kitchen.
Oh, come off it. There's rats in every kitchen and every restaurant you go to, mate. If they were to shut
down... Yeah, but they were ordering food.
Anyway, long story short, there was a picture like that on the wall, and I said to him, "I like that picture. Can I buy it?" And he went, "No, because it was really badly screwed to the wall. It was like fixed." So I thought, "Oh, where can I get one like that?" So I went and searched for it because I liked it so much, and I bought it, and I found it on Amazon. It was 20 quid, and I love that picture.
I did that with a similar picture, and it was the Kelvin Grove Art Gallery, and it was actually a tenement building in Glasgow, and it's just a tenement building which has maybe got about 8 houses in it. So you've got all the big tall windows, there's snow on the roof, there's a postman at the door, and he's pocketing letters and that have maybe got gyros and that in them, and there's somebody sitting. It's like there's loads of different scenes. You look at, there's somebody sitting in the house reading a newspaper, and there's kids running about another room. It's just like it's a wee glimpse into Glasgow.
A snapshot.
Yeah,
I think I know the picture you're talking about.
And it's amazing. And like we saw it in Kelvin Grove Art Gallery, and we went straight downstairs to the shop, and we bought the print, and I absolutely love it. And I still stand and I look at it, and I still see different things.
I like pictures like that.
It's amazing, the detail in it. It's a sandstone building. It's an amazing thing.
My mum used to paint. I mean, she's gone now, God rest her soul. But she, as a kid, I always remember smelling the old linseed oil and the turpentine coming from the kitchen. She'd sit there and paint. She used to paint with oils, and I've got all of her pictures now, and there's this whole stack of them. And just for jollies, because I used to like Monet, the artist Monet. He's an impressionist. And some of his pictures, one of the most famous ones, obviously, is his garden in Giverny in France, the water lilies and the bridge. Everyone knows, the Monet Bridge. And I just said, because she was very good. She'd do landscapes. And I remember saying one day, just for jollies, can you rip off a Monet for me? Because I was just about to move into a new house, and I thought it'd be nice to have, a nice picture over my fireplace. And I said, just for laughs, I said, can you do me, Monet's picture of the bridge he did in his garden? And in Giverny, and I shit you not, she turned out this painting. It took her about 3 weeks, and I remember going to her house to pick it up, and I shit you not, this was like looking at one of Monet's paintings. She'd done it like perfect, and everyone that came round to my house would look at that and think, "Fucking hell, are you minted or something? How can you afford a Monet?" Because it was exactly just like his picture.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant. And she went on to do others as well. And I've got the collection.
Have you obviously you've still got that painting, Paul?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
The thing about it is like even like in every brushstroke, there's your mum's emotion, there's your mum's feeling, and you'll be able to look at that picture and know how she was at that time.
Holy
she
shit!
Painted that.
The only one
her
that's
emotions.
That up. Yeah, you're the only one that's ever picked that up, because to understand, because I mean, I studied the history of art when I was at college, and I actually thought it was quite fascinating because I did art as an A level, and the teacher or the lecturer there at the time, when he was telling us all about the history of art, because Monet was one of the subjects that I chose to specialise in, he actually spoke about that, Stu, and he was mentioning about every brushstroke. It doesn't matter how good you are and a copyist you are at ripping off pictures, you would never get it stroke for stroke, because every stroke tells a story.
It's an emotional accent. That's exactly what it is.
It's almost a fingerprint, you know.
Yep, 100%. So every time you look at that, you see your mum.
Yeah, you're right. It's fucking weird. You should say that as well. Yeah, because that's right. That's true. But it's brilliant because there's loads of others that she's done, because she's sort of capitalized on that, and then other people saw what she was capable of, and in the end she put some pictures in a picture gallery in Twickenham quite many years ago, and she was selling pictures hand over fist. She couldn't actually turn them out quick enough, but she made quite a success of it. But yeah, it's brilliant that you should actually pick up on that, Stu, because she actually mentioned that as well.
Yeah,
she was quite an exponent of the great artists of the time, the Impressionists. But yeah, how weird! That's the first time anyone's ever said that. Yeah.
Oh,
that was meant to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're true. Yeah.
We've actually got an artist in our family. My wife's half sister is what the fuck's her name? Something Rudge. Anyway, she got commissioned to do a lot of work, and when you look at her work, you can see all the little bits of detail in it, and it's fascinating. It is fascinating to look at her work. It's all I look at. Yeah. And she did. There's a drawing I got up here of Michael Schumacher. She did that in an afternoon, and it's absolutely fantastic piece of work. And we was down there visiting once, and her and her partner, they're very much into all their arty stuff and everything else, and I'm quite clearly not. And so they started talking about, well, you live in Milton Keynes, you've got the gallery up there and everything else. And I said, I'll have you know, I know a very good painter. Oh, do you? What's his name? I said, his name's Alan. Oh, Alan who? I said, I don't know his surname, but he'll also do the papering if you like.
That's one.
Nice accent paper.
And I'm not bothered. It all that arty stuff, it really doesn't get me. But yeah, I can appreciate what work people put into it. But no, I'm not one for.
I think people who aren't arty at all, like can't paint or draw or just won't learn how to do it. I think as long as you can appreciate the time, effort, skill, do you know what I mean? It's fucking, especially these people that paint, you know what I mean? They've got it's fucking hard to stand there for 5 hours a time, and do you know what I mean? Painting.
This is one of my favourite pieces.
I wonder why.
Yeah,
I can see why. That's nice.
He's absolutely lovely, and Tracy bought that for me. It was a present. I happened to point out that I liked it, so yeah.
Did you get a discount for the crack in it?
I asked for the crack in it. I says, if it ain't got a crack in it, I ain't buying it. No.
I've noticed as well, there's never anything in between, is there? You can either draw, paint, or you just fucking can't. Like, do you know what I mean?
I do wonderful stick figures.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
And
great.
circles.
If we're
That's
on the
about my limit.
If we're on the subject of art, the one thing that always escaped me, and I've always thought of myself as quite broad-minded, and can appreciate art for art's sake, but I never understood modern art. I mean, do you remember years ago there was this program called Game for a Laugh? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
No.
Rhythmic won't.
Well, Game for a Laugh was an 80s thing, but what they did was there was this thing where they got these kids. They were talking about modern art, and they got all these little 5 and 6-year-old kids to get a piece of paper and daub all over it. And then what they did was they got about 4 or 5 of these pictures, and they put them and displayed them in an art gallery where the subject happened to be modern art.
The art experts to
and they were asking, yeah, exactly, Stu. They were asking these art experts, now, what do you think of these pieces here? And you had all these arty-farty complete twats going, oh yes, I can see the expression of emotion here on this particular thing, and I can see what's going through the artist's mind, and there's all this anger and angst. Yeah. And all the while, the audience were pissing themselves laughing, thinking, it's a fucking 5-year-old daubing a load of fucking paint on a piece of paper, which just completely undermined the whole, ethos of modern art. And you see these pictures, and a lot of rich people will have these pictures, and it'll be a canvas of a single color, and there'll be a dot in the middle, and this person will have paid 30, 40, 50,000 pounds for this piece of shit. Yeah. And I've never understood that. That's the one aspect of art I will never understand as long as I live.
My son's he's 15 now, and manga cartoons are his. That's what he's. It's like JoJo. JoJo's Amazing Adventures or something like that. It's a Japanese anime. Yep. So basically, what we did at Christmas was we bought him a book, and it's how to draw anime characters and create your own anime characters. So what it gives them is a directory of all the different styles of anime: eyes, nose, lips, ears, hair, face structures. So I'm going to show you. This was something that he created basically just from this book.
Yeah.
You see that now. So it was. So what anime basically, there has to be a story behind the character. So they have to create a story as to how they get their powers and so on and so forth. So I said to him, my favorite colors are red and black, and I want the character to have been struck by electricity in the eye, and the eye becomes their superpower, but the part of the skull is robotic, and that's what he came up with.
Blimey.
The effect on it is incredible.
Yeah, it's like and it's like I think it's unbelievable. I mean, like art is an amazing thing. Art's an expression of oneself. It can be an expression of how you're feeling in a specific period of time in your life as well, because a lot of artists produce their greatest work over a short period of time, and that can be a period of time of great distress or great joy, depending on what powers them the most. Because a lot of people, when they're under great stress, flourish.
It's funny how tragedy can bring out creativity, which is probably where you can make a simile between country music and art, because both of them are the same, where they both bring out something very deep in the creator.
I 2000 2014, 2015, I went off work with severe stress for 3 months. Work related, basically, it was a work overload, basically caused a short circuit that I had to take a break from work and everything else life. So basically what happens is any time that work gets the better of me or it becomes too much, it causes a short circuit. I'll get to a certain load of stress and then I take a short circuit in a sense that I just shut down. Simon knows this because Simon contacted me during the last one, so did Grant. And like basically what happens is I shut down, but after I shut down, that's my after that, that's my points of flourish. I flourish after that. It's the strangest of things. It's like in a moment you've just hit the moment of darkness, and then after the darkness you see the light, and the light becomes colourful, creative, and you become free. And it's like there's a lot of artists that actually seek the darkness to find the light. If that it makes sense. There's other artists that always try and stay in the light because that translates into their art as well. It's a true reflection of life in all its guises.
And I never really thought about it before because I'm not as far into biking as all of you guys because I got into this quite late. But it's amazing how I see people getting onto motorbikes. I used to think it was something completely different. And I understand now that when you're on a bike, it's not a chance and a time to think. It's a time when you empty your head and empty everything because there's nothing else that you can afford to worry about than being on the bike and being in that moment. And that's where I understand what it's all about. And it's taken me, all these months to sort of think about it and talk to different people. But it's the only time I get a chance. And that's why I said earlier on when we were on on Red's channel, I get a bit crotchety when I haven't been on a bike. And it's that same sort of thing, Stu. It's that point where you get to that point where you think, oh God, I'm feeling myself getting all twisted up. And then when you get on the bike, it's a chance for you to sort of clear everything and get rid of all that shit out of your head and just think nothing. You're almost flatlining. And it's funny because I don't know whether anyone else has noticed as well. When you're on your bike and you're doing your thing, have you ever noticed your breathing slows down as well to the point where you're aware of the fact that you're breathing a lot less? And it's really funny, but it's that moment when you mentioned there about that dark and then coming out into the light. I stop myself from getting to that point when I'm on the bike.
Yeah.
And it is, you call it wind therapy, you call it what you like, and I never realized what therapy it was to me until I actually got onto that. And I don't know if anyone else can relate to that. I'm not sure. Everyone has a take on it.
Sorry, Simon, I was going to say there's like a quote by Milan Kundera or Kundos or something like that. I actually posted it on one of my videos, and it's talking about fear, and it's the fact that fear is in the future, and anyone that rides a bike lives in the present, so they're not aware of the future. So when you're riding your bike, you're riding in the now, because you're oblivious to what's going to happen in the future. So why fear it? That's the whole point of the poem. You should look it up. It's an absolute amazing quote, and the quote was actually read by Liam Neeson in the video for Road, which is a story about the Dunlops, and it's like overlaid over the start of the video, and it kind of explains what you're talking about just now, because no matter how you're feeling when you're on a motorbike, you're living on that exact precise second. You're living for the next second and the next second after that, so nothing else matters. nothing that's happened before and nothing that's going to happen in the future matters, because you're living for that moment. You're living for that next corner, what's around the corner, what's whatever. That's the only thing that's relevant to you at that specific time. And what it does is, in that instance, is frees you of everything else.
Yeah.
And that's what riding a bike, that's the essence of riding a bike.
Yeah.
I think riding a bike actually takes up so much of your concentration to do that you forget. You push everything else away and you get on that bike.
Exactly.
And I have shitty days in work. I've had days where we've had people die, and I've had to deal with issues and people getting the sack and not getting the sack and trying to save people's jobs or careers. And the minute I start riding, all that goes away.
Goes away.
All that goes away. And it's not until I get off the other end I go, right, and I'll start thinking about it again. Now, I get the same as everybody else. I get sleepless nights, and I'll be up at 4 o'clock in the morning just to go into work early to deal with a certain issue, and I'm there until 8 o'clock at night. But that's just me. But the I do 60 miles a day at least, just commuting to and from work. Now, in that, it takes me an hour and 20 minutes to do that 60 miles. I'm free every day. I'm free.
Yep.
Every day, I'm just concentrating on what I'm doing. Yes, I use motorways. I have to filter and I do my overtakes and make my progress and use the systems and everything else. But for that hour and 20 minutes, that 80 minutes a day, I'm completely free, and I've got my music playing. But ask me what songs were playing, I couldn't tell you because I'm not really paying attention. It's concentrating on that bike and what you're doing, and I love it. It is really good therapy for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many times I've been out, and I've been out with my friends, and we've ridden all day, riding, stopping, having food, chatting, riding, so on and so forth. And such a great barometer for where you are mentally when you're riding a bike, because you know if you're engaged with the bike and you're feeling it and you're not tense, because like if you've been riding for like one stint and your shoulders are sore, you're gripping the bars too tight, so there's a reason for that. So you maybe stop and you maybe talk at the next stop. My shoulders, so what's going on, and blah blah blah, and before you know it, you've released that little bit of tension that you had in your mind, and then you ride the next bit and you were a wee bit freer because you've spoke about it with your friends, or you've told a complete stranger, which I've done many a time. I've offloaded the most crazy things to strangers that have been receptive to listen to it. And that in itself has made me, if anyone wants to tell me anything, I'm more than willing to sit and listen, take it in. I might not understand it, I might not comprehend what it is that's been told to me, but I will certainly listen to it, and I will certainly empathise and sympathise with what it is that's been told to me. But when you step off that bike at the end, there's something, it does something. You come off that bike. I know
and
for a
you're
fact.
having to plug yourself back into reality. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it's like you come off the bike and it's like you're ready to re-engage. You've pressed the reset button. It's like I've seen myself come home. I've switched my bike off. I've put it away. I've put my leathers, my helmet away. I come back to my family and I say, "What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we going out? Are we doing that? I'm ready to engage. I'm ready to get back into it." And I don't think that would happen if I hadn't been out on the bike. Do you know what I mean? It's like you need that just to reset the switches.
It's funny because I mean, you can get into a car and go and do your journey, but it's nothing. It's not the same, is it? I can get out of a car and I'll be pent up, wound up, and pissed off because you're having to sit.
I'll tell you what. There's a saying goes along with that, and I believe in it, that 4 wheels moves the body, but 2 wheels move the soul.
That's a nice saying. Yeah.
And I believe in that totally, because if I use the car back and forwards to work, I can get out the car the other end and feel more pissed off than I did when I got in it.
I do.
Mm.
I
I've
mean,
never done that on the bike.
I haven't had the use of my car for nearly 3 months because the turbo blew back early June, and I haven't missed it at all. I haven't missed it one bit. I mean, I've probably done in 3 months. I've probably ridden about 5,000 miles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, there are days sometimes when I look outside and the rain is coming sideways, and I'm going to throw my leg over my bike and go to work, and I think, oh fucking hell, do I really want to? But I'll tell you what, 20 minutes into that journey, I got my waterproofs and that on. Not a problem.
I don't give a shit if it's raining or anything like that. I'll ride anywhere.
I have that initial I don't want to because
Yeah.
it's pissing down with rain or
But
cold
once
or
you're on the
whatever.
bike, the rain doesn't touch you anyway.
No, you have that initial, don't you? Start looking on the internet, right? Places to live that are sunnier or nicer than where I live. You know what I mean? But
I've used a lot of the Google weather, the radar map, to see when the weather's coming in and what time it's going to be, and I'm like, right, I'll leave at this time, and by the time that rain hits there, I'll be here. So
yeah,
it's never that accurate, but it's a good bar. So.
Generally,
I don't know why Google Maps doesn't have a bit for motorbikes, because you've got a bit for walking, you've got a bit for bicycles, bit for car, bit for train.
well,
why doesn't Google Maps have for motorbike?
Yeah, I think it's one of those, isn't it? Like you'd have to program Google to realize that when there's traffic, you could filter, but then it's not. Motorcyclists aren't expected to filter. They just have that option. Remember, a police officer will never tell.
I've got a TomTom sat nav. I've got a TomTom sat nav, the 550 Rider. Okay, it's built for motorcycles. When there's traffic, it's always telling me to go around and avoid it. I'm like, well, that you're telling me I'm going to save 10 minutes going that way round, but I know it's only going to take me 3 minutes to get through that traffic. So,
Yeah, exactly.
Google doesn't realise that, though, does it?
No, none of them really do. It's the whole, not unless you had a specialist sort of motorcyclist program that would, get it on. But technically speaking, isn't it? It's probably not meant to take a bike or a car any longer than a bike.
I mean, TomTom's live traffic is absolutely fantastic. If it's got a red line where the traffic's going to be within 100 yards of where that red line is, there's going to be traffic, and I'm going to be filtering. But you're right. TomTom doesn't know that I will filter.
No.
So it's assuming I'm not going to. I'm going to sit in traffic like a car.
Exactly.
Yeah. I had lots of questions before I started riding motorbikes seriously, and I went from a 125 to a 1200cc bike, and I'm now at that point with that trophy where I've not ridden it to its limit, but technically I have ridden it to its speed limit a couple of times, and I'm kind of like wondering to myself, and it's a bit of a sick thought really in a way, because my next bike is going to be a ZZR, and I know a ZZR can do silly speeds, and I would like to know, without being on a racetrack, how quick you can actually get on a ZZR when no one's looking. I don't know what I do.
I don't know. If only we had someone, didn't we? Zed, what about you, mate?
Right. Okay. So, I'm not going to tell you what I've done on the road before.
It don't matter.
But let's put it this way. It's over double the speed limit, and I'm not proud at admitting that, but that's what it is, and it's historical. So come and get me if you want to. But we have
I'm not better, mate.
We have a racetrack up here called Crail, and a company called Straightliners does a track day, and it's basically run what you bring. So you could ride your ZZR up here and top line it all day long for a set price. That's about 60 or 70 quid, and you can do as many runs as you want. You can blow your engine up if you want. It doesn't matter. They'll more than happily let you do it. But we've had ZZRs up here that haven't even had any modifications done that are in excess of 190 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Now ZZRs technically are restricted to 186 because that was the Japanese. The Japanese brought out the whole German thing when they brought out the Porsche and the BMW and the Audi and whatever, was 155 for the cars. The Japanese version of that was 186.
Yeah,
so
well, that was the battle between the Booster, the ZZR, and the Super Blackbird, wasn't it?
So yes, exactly. So they basically said, right, 186, no matter what your bike can do, we'll restrict them all to 186.
Yeah.
So you have to get the ECU flash to release the extra power.
And then TTS engineering came along.
Yep, I know some people that have de-restricted the ZZR and had in excess of 200 miles an hour. Now, Roland, who has just stepped into the chat, Roland's bike, Roland's ZZR 1400, mine's a standard roll. You ought to talk to Roland about what he's got done to his. His has been tuned to the max. It's an absolute beast of a bike.
Well, if I know Roland, he's just getting his coffee and sorting his.
Well, he'll be climbing into the toilet.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting on a ZZR just to see what it can do, because I think I'm secretly and quietly turning into a bit of an adrenaline junkie, because I love that feeling when you're being a little bit naughty, if there's no one else around and you know it's safe to do, to open my bike up just to see what it can do.
Paul, see the thing about it is like,
just remember, speed has never killed anybody.
Exactly.
It's stopping very fast.
It's stopping very fast that's done the damage. Yeah,
it's that pesky braking.
I don't have brakes. I don't have ABS. So if I needed to stop quickly, Grant, I'd be completely fucked.
Paul, can I tell you one of the downsides of my bike?
What's that?
It's like you've got everyone and anyone that's got an M3, an Audi A3, S3, S4, anyone that's got something that thinks or something wants
to have you with the lights.
And I'm like, it gets tiresome.
But that's just it.
That's 50-year-old guy. I'm not going to race you.
But you got nothing to prove. So that's why I got a large capacity bike, because you get a lot of people that love their 650s, and I'm not going to diss sub 1K bikes, but when you've got a big capacity machine, there is a feeling, and I have that feeling. I've got nothing to prove. I know my bike can pretty much take anything else on that road, car wise. So I've got nothing to prove. But that's part of my reasoning behind getting a bigger capacity bike. The fact that I know I've got the power there to get myself out of trouble if I want to. But with the ZZR, I've potentially got the power to get myself into all new kinds of trouble. But I mean,
no. But see the thing about it is just look at my videos. Look at the overtakes on my videos. Look how calm and composed my overtakes are.
Yeah, and I listen to your breathing rate as well. You slow your breathing down.
It doesn't change.
Do you know what? Yeah. If anything, I was about to not argue, but debate that point actually, Paul. Because when I rode, because like you, I very much now. I've been on my sprint for 2 years, and I thought, thinking for me, the natural progression is the ZZR 1400. Yeah. Having now rode Simon's bike, and I know they are slightly different in the tuning and everything like that, but it was noticeably more powerful than what I have off the mark. Yeah. But if anything, that didn't encourage me to use it. That actually almost just made me feel like I just have more power in case. Do you know what I mean? Or like to get, like Zed said, the overtake is just easier. Yeah. So because I'm already reaching that speed so much quicker, I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? It's anything, it's making me think more. I think a little bit. So I think I would almost counter that.
You can. It's like you look at, say for example, you go around a sharp left-hand corner, and you have 80, 90 yards to the next corner, and it's maybe a right-hand corner. On a 600, will you make it? You maybe just make it as you're going round. On the ZZR, if you have positioned yourself into a way that you can see that corner, even the GTR Simon knows, if you position yourself in such a way, you can see, you can commit, you can be in, decelerated and positioned before you've even entered the next corner. All it does is bring everything to you that wee bit quicker. but you have to think about these things that wee bit quicker as well. Now, the fact that you're sitting on the Triumph just now, you're positioning yourself for, if you're going from the 1050 up to the 14, it's not a massive transition.
No,
you will get there just that wee bit quicker. The incidents and events, I would say, would happen that wee bit quicker, but your mind is
already
set up to understand it.
It would be small. It would be small adjustments.
Exactly.
Tiny,
It won't scare you. It will not scare you. You've already prepared. You've done the groundwork.
Yeah. I think, Rhythmic, you said, didn't you, when you got on it, you thought you was really scary at first because this is a big bike, it's a powerful bike, and it's heavy bike, and
similar to Zed, I've always been quite blessed with a bit of height. So, you know, getting on bigger bikes and immediately being able to flat foot it, that fills me with a bit of confidence, being able to flat foot it. But the sheer size and weight of it compared to mine was just so noticeable. And then when I pulled out of the Super Sausage, I went, it's not so much necessarily that it's quicker than my bike, but it gets to speed quicker than my bike. And that just takes those few little secs to be like, I'm not having to, the gear changes are different. The speed that I'm up in second gear, third gear is slightly more than what I would be on mine. And so it's like Zed said, it's those small adjustments where you've got to almost just quickly, almost as if you were like retuning an engine. You've just got to quickly retweak your brain a little bit there.
I picked up my ZZR 1400 in November. No, sorry, it was December. So you can imagine what the roads were like.
Shit.
And I'm Gen 1, so I'm non-traction control, non-ABS.
That's what I'm looking at. Oh, does the Gen 1 not have traction control?
No. Late, I'm early Gen 1, I'm 2008. So later Gen 1 does transition on to traction control. But mine doesn't. I'm non-traction control, non-ABS.
Zed's the real OG.
Yep, that's my traction control and ABS there. Fingers and wrist.
What one are you looking at, Grant? Because I've been looking around and I've been doing a lot of research because I do a lot of reading. I'm looking for a post 2011 when they've ironed out some of the issues.
Yeah, something like a 2014. Or something like that would do me well. 2014, 2015.
So your budget is between 6.5 and 7.5 from my research that I'm doing. Yeah, same here.
See,
it's a shame because one of my videos I test rode a ZZR 1400 that Darren Spears had for sale, and it was an ex-police ZZR 1400.
I bet that was
nice. Was that the grey one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking
about. And I tell you what, that was so smooth and beautiful to ride.
Simon, was that the two-tone grey?
Yeah.
I remember seeing it on the Facebook.
Yeah, that was so beautiful to ride and everything else. And I said to Darren, I said, look, I'd love to own it, but I've got the same bike that does more because obviously my commuting.
Well, you got the luggage.
And he said, well, keep it just for the days out. I said, but then it's, you know.
Yeah, this is it. What's the point?
Yeah.
No, it's one of those. It's always hard when looking for the bikes, isn't it? Paul, you'll know this now because you and me are in pretty much the same position. But when you're looking for these bikes, whilst it's not hard to find a really well kept one, you know, they're quite a lot of them are quite well kept, especially from what I've seen on the secondhand market. There's not really many dodging rat ones or anything, but trying to find one that hasn't been almost tinkered with, because I love just buying a stock bike and then doing the stuff myself. That way I know what's been done, how it's been done, etc. But it does get considerably harder the bigger you sort of go up, I've noticed, really, especially with the ZZR, because there's so much.
Could I just maybe throw something in, because I was forum administrator for ZZR International. When I first passed my bike test, I had a ZZR 600 E1. I stripped that bike back to probably its running gear, repowder coated the swing arm. Everything was done to this bike, and it was documented throughout the whole forum. So the ZZR 1400 was my holy grail bike, and I now own it. But what I would say was, if you can join a forum like that. Now,
Yeah.
and they are on Facebook. There's 1,400 owners clubs and stuff like that on Facebook.
Definitely.
See if you can find a bike that they've once owned.
Yeah.
You can go onto that forum and you can see the lineage, you can see the history of that bike.
Would you almost recommend as well, like checking out the market on those places, like buying directly from an owner?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
because
I would rather buy from an owner than from a dealer.
Yeah, absolutely, because like see for example, like with the likes of ZZR International, which is on Facebook, or ZZR 1400 Owners Club, which is on Facebook. These guys and girls absolutely love these bikes. They cherish these bikes. There's a guy in Simon, I can't remember it, Simon Worthington, I think his name is, and a lot of these people take their bikes to Simon. And what Simon does is, see, when these people take their bike to him, he strips the bike. He does like if they ask for a full service, he'll strip the bike, which is headstock bearings, swing arm bearings, wheel bearings. He'll do the lot to it. But do you know what he does? He posts everything on Facebook.
Yeah.
What he's done, re-greasing the bearings, resetting the bearings, and it gives credence to the bikes. The bikes then have like a checkable history.
Exactly.
And it's an amazing thing. And it's like
the less owners, the better. You know, when you're seeing some of these cheaper ones on, say, like Auto Trader, you know, when I'm seeing 4, 5, 6 previous owners, I'm immediately striking them off the list.
See, a lot of times, Paul, what that is somebody that's maybe bought one on the thought of owning one that can't handle it when they ride it. And get
see, that's because then you get on the other end of the spectrum where you get one that's only got a small amount of miles, and you're thinking to yourself, has this guy bought one as a whim, and then he's gotten rid of it because it's a scary bike? What's that sound? Is that you, Roland?
Yeah, it's his cat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bloody cat.
Roland, take your foot off the cat.
Yeah, I reckon.
I'll tell you, it's a good thing, like a good point that you're making there, Paul, because when I bought my Sprint, I bought it off a guy, and he's the only owner, first owner. He'd owned it from new, from 2007, and I bought it in 2020, and it only had, what did it have when I picked it up? It only had about 7,000 or 8,000 miles on it. So straight away, my question is, fuck have you been doing with it? Right.
Yeah.
When I arrived there, obviously I saw that he had a street triple. He had the V-Strom, and then he had an Indian something cruiser, and then he had the Sprint. So I immediately had to ask, why has it got so low mileage on it? I trust that it's all good and it has service, has MOT and all that, but why so low? And he merely said to me, he goes, I won't lie to you. He goes, it literally goes out probably 2 weeks a year to France. He says, and that's the only trip it does. He says, I won't lie to you. For 350 odd something days, 51 days, 350 days of the year, it's sat in this garage and it does not move. Yeah. So he says, you take it, you leave it. He doesn't care. He'll have it sat there more, whatever bothered him. But it's that, and like Zed said, you just never know what's happened. A lot of these guys buy these things, ride it once, and go, "Fuck, I'm going to die on that. Don't want it. Get rid of it."
I'll tell you, I bought my ZZR, my first bike, 2009. I passed my test. My first bike was a ZZR 600 E1, 50,000 miles it had in the clock. And
what my Triumph has got now.
I never batted an eyelid when I bought it,
because that's nothing.
Because of the history that came with the bike, and I sold that bike with 70,000 miles on it, and I am still friends with the guy who bought that bike from me.
And I bet it's still going good guns now.
Exactly. And like, I've got the history, the lineage of that bike and everything that I've done to it. And he says that if you hadn't done what you had done to the bike, it wouldn't be running the same way as just now. And that's because, like, see, as far as I'm concerned, the cost of wheel bearings, change them every year.
Mm.
Throw your because like how much? 30 quid, 35, 40 quid.
Sprockets, bearings, and chains. If you change those when you need to, then the bike will go forever.
The last thing you want is like a high-powered, high-torque bike, which a ZZR 1400 is. The last thing you want is to twist that throttle and the chain to hit you in the leg.
Yeah,
because it will kill your engine. Because your engine will spin up. Your engine will spin up. It'll over rev. It'll crash pistons. It'll kill itself.
I'll tell you what. I was having this conversation with my friend today, actually, because the GTR is shaft driven, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I was to take the ZZR 1400 back to the drawing board and I was to look at that as a rebrand, forget the H2. The H2 was supposed to be a replacement for the ZZR. Bollocks, was it? It's a fucking completely different bike, different architecture, different market, everything. If I was given the job by Kawasaki to take the ZZR 1400 back to the drawing board to re-release in 2023, I would take it back to the 1200. Yeah. I would supercharge it and have it shaft driven. What kind of a bike would it be then?
Man, Hells,
how you doing?
Paul, he's now gone.
Paul, that's a good question.
My question: what bike would it be?
Because like basically, if you're talking about the 1200, then Kawasaki had already got rid of all the problems they had with the 1100.
Exactly.
So the 1200 was the strongest engine that was out at the time. I don't know. See if you're talking about the power of the 1200 engine. I don't know what the drop off is with the shaft drive, because obviously with the power coming out of the engine going through the shaft drive, I don't know what the brake horsepower drop off is. So I couldn't tell you whether or not.
I mean, at the crank on a ZZR 1400, what is the peak horsepower of the crank? Forget the back wheel. Back wheel makes no difference. It's at the crank is where it's at. So what
depends on what year.
Yeah.
What do you
mean? They vary a lot. The first Gen 1s basically had more horsepower than torque. Gen 2s got more torque. Yeah, more torque than what Gen 1s had.
They always, don't they? Throughout the generations, they'll always make little tweaks. I mean, my God, you look at Simon and Rev's GTR. They look identical side by side with tiny little cosmetic details. And then even the engine, it's the same engine, just literally slightly set up a little bit different, because they probably would have just listened to a handful of feedback. Oh, what did you think about the bike for 2-3 years? Oh, I thought this needs to be a little bit. I think you've Simon and Rev have said that Rev's Gen 1's a little bit snatchy on the throttle. You need to calm that down a little bit. All right, cool. Back into literally take an engine, take it back into the warehouse, do a little tweak. Right, boom, we've got a Gen 2. And I imagine they've done that.
All it's probably been is an electronics, electronics package, because what they'll do is just extensive rolling road on it.
Yeah,
it's not. Just the snatchiness, because it's basically drive by wire. That's what it comes down to. So you don't have a cable between the throttle and the throttle bodies.
See, I wouldn't mind the sacrifice of HP, because I know I would still have the torque. But for a ZZR to have been a shaft, I think it should have been a shaft-driven bike.
The only reason they didn't make it a shaft-driven bike is with a shaft drive compared to a chain drive, you do actually lose horsepower at the rear wheel, and you increase weight.
I think it's one of those, isn't it? Remember, the ZZR is still meant to be that sporty nature. Do you know what I mean? Similar
it's
to
the super sport bike.
The ZX14R or ZZR, or whatever you guys call it over there, it is in the hypersport class, and it was designed to rival the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
And the reason why every year model they basically fiddled with the tuning was to make sure that they had the edge on the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Primarily, but
the
Gen 1s are not difficult. most people when you go to get your bike dynoed, they'll fiddle with the fuel map, and that's where it sort of stops. But if your dyno guy actually does both the timing map and the fuel map, it's pretty easy to get 245 horsepower out of them. So that's if that's not enough for you, I don't know what is.
Death wish.
I've only got 108, so to double what I've got on mine, that would be
double and more.
Disaster.
Yeah,
Good evening, El.
You got to remember, you're riding a bike that's got two-thirds more, basically, cubic capacity than a liter bike.
Yeah. Hells, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm hanging in there.
As you do.
Good to see you, brother.
Oh man, it's really good to see you. Yeah.
I just sitting because I've been doing stuff, had you guys on. I'm like, I have to figure out a way to get everybody over on my show one day because I'd love to bring you guys over, especially the people that follow me.
Oh, we'd love to. I'd really love to. We'd love it. It'd be awesome, man.
No, I'd go for it. You just got to get the timing right.
Yeah.
Oh, wait until you see my guest coming up Monday nights. This guy.
Oh, can't wait, man.
This guy's crazy. It's good. But yeah, Simon, you're going to have to actually come and put your sticker in the studio here.
I will. That'd be awesome. I really want to do that. That'd be awesome. I'll say I'm going to be bringing my stickers with me to America because I want to obviously go to Ace Cafe, Orlando, and a couple of other places, Daytona Beach, and all the rest of it. I'm going to find places to plant my sticker, and I'm going to hunt you down. I've said it from the start. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to find you.
Well, I promised myself I'd do the Route 66, but apparently it's riddled with fucking potholes, so I'm going to bring Grant with me.
Those fucking bastards.
Actually, 66 is not bad. We rode it this past year.
I've been busy there, and I done all that. Oh,
yeah. So it's about 2,500 miles. Is that right, Hells?
I don't know. I don't keep track. I just ride.
Best answer.
Mileage means nothing to this man. It's just a ride.
Well, I suppose it doesn't matter when you're on a Harley. I mean, they eat the miles, don't they, to be fair?
Yeah. I'm always ploughing down Route 69. That's my favourite.
Yeah, you still got some of it stuck to your face there.
Yeah.
The hairy hoop.
You was only tune, it came away.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not far from Orlando, so.
What's the weather like over there? Nice and humid and hot, I'm guessing.
Yeah, during the day it's been getting up close to 100.
100.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. Right now we got actual thunderstorms going on. So.
Cool.
I hope you're going to be vlogging some of this, Simon, when you're over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm taking my cameras with me.
Yeah, definitely do. Even if you're not riding, just something, because it's always nice, isn't it, to get out there, new experience and everything.
Are you going to be here for Biketoberfest?
No, I'm here for the week commencing the 26th and the 3rd, I think it is. So just those 2 weeks I'm there.
Okay.
I'd like to go to this Sturgis event and see what all the fuss is about.
Some of the most beautiful riding you'll ever see.
Yeah, I was looking at renting a Harley from Orlando when I was over there, but it's now run by Eagle Rider, and they're just rip-off merchants, so I don't think I'm going to be doing that.
Well, come on, I'll put you over on the missus bike and let you feel that power.
I don't mind riding the wife's bike.
Riding anything over there.
I'll tell you what, yeah. I mean, I've ridden from. I did Tampa Bay to Daytona Beach, and then we rode down to Miami, me and Tracy, one year, and that was some of the most fun I've had out there. And we used the coast road all the way down from Daytona to Miami.
Oh, so you did you do A1A down the coast?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful ride, and you get some nice shade from the trees as you're going in places, and yeah, because it was very hot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was that was something special. But then we had to turn around and come back because Hurricane Matthew was about to hit Miami. So
You guys starting to cool off now?
Sorry, say that again.
sorry,
Ron.
Riley?
Are you guys starting to cool off now in the UK? Temperature wise?
Starting to get wet.
Oh, just a fucking bit. Yeah, it's getting cooler. Trust me, and damp. Yeah,
We're getting the rain. We're getting the rain now. It's cooling off. It's getting dark at about 20 to 8 at night now, and that's a bit depressing. Actually, I like the summer.
yeah. We're losing about 4 minutes of daylight a day. So.
Okay, wow.
To be fair though, it's one of those at the moment where, because we've had that heat wave in the summer, and like riding in that was absolutely hell. I'm actually buzzing to ride in some freezing temperatures. It's gonna just be
sorry, I'm just looking at what Hells has just done to his
I was wondering.
That's fucking awesome, isn't it? You're a show off, man.
How'd you do that waving flag in the background?
Trade secret.
He's got his other half just holding it at the corners waving all the time.
Yeah.
My brother's on he's on OBS, doesn't he?
Hells, do you know who Noddy is?
Make some toast.
The milkman's just come again. Are you drinking Mountain Dew?
Yes.
What time of day is it over there?
It's Friday.
Why are you
what
drinking
It's about
Mountain
6 o'clock
Dew?
in the evening. They're about 6 hours behind us. So.
Hells, I'm going to send you over a bottle of this, mate.
Fuck
It'll
me,
be
that's
stopped.
nearly empty. That was full when we started.
It was full. It was full earlier. It's because of Rev Bomb that I started drinking. Anyway, Noddy.
Red Bomb makes us all drink, take drugs.
Yeah, he has
No.
that effect.
Noddy's just put some more toast on.
Fucking hell, Paul.
Oh,
No, I'm looking forward to coming over and meeting you and Crystal, and yeah, maybe share a bit of road with you, and yeah, stick my sticker up in your studio, man. It'll be fun.
That'd be awesome for you to stick it up in there.
I don't think America's ready for me yet.
Wow, I'm here. You'll be fine.
Do you reckon?
I don't think your band's expired yet, has it, Paul?
No. No, not yet. I'd love to come over to the States. I've always promised myself, as soon as I left my second wife, and there won't be a third, I always promised myself I'd come over to the States. I'm on the map of America now. Where are you, Hells?
Florida.
Yeah, but whereabouts?
Orange.
I'm on Street View. I'm going to find your house.
Good luck. You got wheels. You fucking move.
You won't find my house.
Yeah. Google streetcar ain't making it there.
Don't underestimate me.
Tallahassee? No, you're not going to find my house because I'll move the damn thing before you find it.
Gainesville. Well, you're not going to be anywhere near Orlando. I can't see you living anywhere near that place.
Actually, Orange City is where I'm at right now.
Orange City.
Yep.
Yeah, look for the bit coloured in.
Hang on. I'm zooming in, my man. I'm zooming in.
Yeah. Hang on. Els is now leaning out the window waving. See if you can somebody leaning out the window waving.
See if you can see it.
Yeah. Orange City is next to Lemon Grove and Pineapple Way.
Can you see this? Can you see me now? Yeah. Can you see me now?
So I bet you live near Grandview.
Grandview? Why would you? I spend most of my weekends riding out in the swamps.
Yeah, Paul, different way of life, man. The Google streetcar can't get down there. Fucking get stuck.
Yeah.
Get stuck.
I'm zooming in on the Crocker Gators.
It gets stuck, and then when Hells walks past, they say, "Excuse me, mate, can you help us out?"
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Hilly Pines Country Club, and I'm down Route 17.
I think you're getting fucking lost, Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Don't turn right. That's Cletus's house.
Yeah.
What you got to look for, Paul, is a sign for the single mothers support group.
Oh, hang on a
No,
minute.
the
Ju-
single
hang on.
mothers dance club. It's right.
Oh,
next
Single
to
no.
mothers dance
Yeah.
club. There you go.
I think I've just parked outside a Thai massage parlor. Hang on a minute.
He finds one. He finds one wherever he goes.
Excellent.
Isn't it ironic that I find a Thai massage parlor? What's that all about?
It's
It
almost
is
like before
ironic.
you knew it.
Go in, Paul.
They got a lady boy just for you, Paul. Go in, you get another stamp.
Go in, Paul.
Yeah, I found it.
You know, it's so funny. I remember reading a few months ago that Google Street View, obviously in the UK, has always been done by like some stupid little smart car with a big camera attached to its fucking roof, and it drives around and gets all the images. But they were going to trial, like in the future, getting a lot of images from drones and stuff like that. And I always laugh because I always think, yeah, here that ain't a problem, but fucking in all of these like states, outback states in America, yeah, they're just going to shoot the fucking thing out of the sky because it's going to be that thing's on my land. Do you know what I mean? That
It'd be
thing's coming
open
into
season
my-
on the
yeah.
drones. I think that's probably why the Amazon drones was going to be a bit of a dismal failure, because you'd get all these
Fucking
people
shoot.
coming
Yeah,
out,
they'd get
shooting
shot
the
down.
bastard things out of the air.
The government is spying on us.
Exactly.
Hell's ain't gonna
Exactly.
give a shit if the drone just says Google. Fuck it, shoot it. This is
I
it.
might wave something at it so I can get a good picture.
Well, in the UK, you have to have all these licenses now to fly drones. It's become they've
Oh,
sucked all the fun out of everything in this country.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about how depressing this is. Last time I was on one of these with Roland. He just went for his vehicle collection and just reminded me of all the stuff that we'll never have due to Euro emissions, and so I don't want to go down there again. I've already had one depressing day.
Yeah, how come we're not in your workshop, Roland? I like being in your workshop.
I like seeing all the vehicles that we can never own.
Yeah,
Because it's sub-zero at the moment, mate. It's cold.
To be honest, mate, I don't care. I'd be out there just simply going, fuck the government.
Sub-zero. You Aussies know nothing about Sub-Zero. You start getting your cardigans on at fucking 25 degrees.
I agree. That you're dead right. You're dead
Your
right.
furry slippers come out when the fucking sun goes down. I mean, come on. My sister lives in Brisbane, and she comes over here, and like it's boiling over here, and she's got a cardigan on. I mean, what's that all about?
Yeah, man, different breed. Look at Hell's fucking. Look at the
I know,
visuals going on,
the
man.
graphics.
I love all that.
The graphics.
What are you doing?
The only other thing Hells has got to do now is go, God bless America. I love all that wavy flag.
Oh dear.
I-
Yeah, just don't get
Hells,
Roland started.
Hells, you definitely are bringing your A game.
Yeah,
Look at it. Look.
The whole.
there you go. Make it. Look what's going on in that
Definitely.
background. Look at that. Oh Hells, you are different gravy.
That's actually on a serious note. What I'm glad Hells is on tonight, because the other last week we had. Do you know Professional Monkey?
I don't know him. I know he's here somewhere.
I looked at some of his content, and you know, when you look at some people's content, it sort of segues you onto other people's take on the biker culture and stuff like. What the fuck, Roland?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's ironic is if you flush that toilet, the water will go the other way, won't it?
It just goes to show you this live is shit.
Hey.
There you go. Flush.
Ooh, I'm spinning around.
Anyway, before Roland went swimming in his toilet, I was about to ask Hells, you know, about the biker culture, you know, or about what Professional Monkey was talking about, you know, the cuts and the culture of of the true bikers over there, and it kind of like led me on to sort of looking at other people's takes on it, and it's really quite fascinating. I was watching for ages all about the 1%ers and all of that stuff, but how often do you come across these guys, and what's it actually like when you come across these guys that are on that level?
You might have come across one that's a retired one.
Well, tell us about it. I'm interested to know what the life is like.
Hard, tough, and social media has ruined about all of it. So,
And Sons of Anarchy, of course, has completely fucked it up. No end. I know, because no one ever gives that any kind of credence at all. But
if the lifestyle was like SOA, there wouldn't be any of them left. So
exactly. Well, I mean, so you say you're retired from it. I didn't actually think it was that easy getting out of the culture. How do you do that?
I can't tell you how you do that. It's not easy. You don't just get to walk away.
Well, no. Well, I just find that fascinating. I mean, I just think the whole thing,
in the United States, I don't know. I know a little bit about over there, but here you run across more of them than you know, because they're not always wearing a cut. So they're out and about. You just don't know who they are a lot of times.
So you got to be careful what you say and how you act. That's what you're saying, in other words, yeah.
All you gotta do is just be respectful, like you would anybody else.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you get what you give.
Yeah, it's that simple. Like everybody acts like it's this fucking crazy thing, and that people go crazy. No, it's like anything else. All right, be respectful, and if you think you got a big set of balls, say what you mean and mean what you say. So.
Well, no, I mean, because I get where the culture has started from is from the military, essentially, isn't it? It started after the Second World War, and it's become one of those cult things where people are following.
I just don't like to talk about it a lot, because there's a reason why I don't do it anymore.
Yeah, I get that.
I like me now.
Yep.
I like being able just to ride my motorcycle whenever, wherever I want.
I mean, I was down in Daytona Beach on the Harley quite a few years ago now, and we went to a shop, Hot Levers, and there's a bar near there that was full of bikers. Now, Tracy and I never noticed them as we pulled up, but one of the guys came over and started talking to us, and he was basically finding out who we were and where we were from. And once they figured out we were tourists, we went into the bar, and it wasn't until we went into the bar we realised it was their bar. And we sat and had a drink and had a chat with them and everything else. But it's the guy they sent. It's the fact that they sent the guy out to talk to us.
Yeah.
To find out who we were and why we were there, and quickly figured out, your accent. He said, "Are you Australian?" I went, "No, I'm English." And okay, right, fine, and then they completely left us alone,
Yeah, unfortunately, with the name of my channel, and I have it on the bags, so a lot of times they'll just catch the beginning of it, like a flash, and then I'm disappeared. Next thing you know, they're trying to come and see who I am and what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're into somebody else's territory.
Yeah. I mean, we went there, and I had my hoodie on, which has got it had the big round emblem of the group I was involved in the UK. And there's no rocker on it, no nothing like that, but it just had the name and the circle with the picture of a motorcycle in the middle of it, and my name across the bottom. Once they figured out it was just the social media thing and everything else, and I was actually no threat, they were fine. But it's actually the glimpse of that is like find out who they are, and they came down and found out who we were, and Tracy was oblivious, bless her, the whole time. And at one stage, I thought, "Oh shit."
Yeah, unfortunately, my wife's not oblivious. You know, she was around it for a long time with me, so she pays attention to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not what people think. You know, a lot of them are cool.
Mhm.
Joy of it, they're cool. Have a good time. Just, you know what I mean? It's like anything else. It's not what the media makes it out to be. It's not what the shows make it out to be.
They romanticize it all. They really do. But yeah.
99% of the time, it's like anybody else, just sitting around drinking beer and talking to the people you like to hang out with. Like,
Rhythmic. If you want to meet a actual club, they meet at the. Remember, it used to be called the Beacon. I think it's called the Inn on the Lake now. At Mount Farm every Wednesday.
Do you know what club that is?
Eh?
Do you know what club that is?
I did. I've forgotten the name of it, but yeah.
No worries.
They do meet there every Wednesday. If you want to pop down there one day and we'll have a chat with them. I've already been down to see them and said I want to come down and motovlog, and they said yeah, that's fine. Let the guys know you're filming because some of them won't want their faces shown.
Yeah.
You have to blur them out and what have you. But yeah, I said yeah, okay, I'll come down. You know, and they actually run it. It is run as a proper club. So
but
a proper MC. So.
But going back to the whole the content creator talking about this stuff.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
That is honestly where majority of my aggravation with content creators comes from, because either they've never been in it, so they've heard a bunch of people talk about it, so they're going to make something about it.
Yeah.
Or you got different levels of the food chain, and they're so far down in the food chain they shouldn't be talking over top of their head.
Yep.
So, to answer his question, yeah, I've heard of that guy.
There you go. There you go, Paul. Have another drink.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Summary. He's a cunt.
I'm in
Have a
Key
drink.
West. I'm in Key West at the moment.
You're in Key West.
Still looking.
Hey,
hell.
Key West is a badass ride. Badass ride across the bridges down there. Just
I so wanted to do it. I so wanted to do the Key West ride, but
how long does it take? How long does it take then? Do you reckon to get from Key Largo to Key West? I mean, that looks like one fucking hell of a road.
Well, let me tell you a story about that. We've actually done the Key Largo to Key West. Except we were partying over in Tampa. It was like midnight, almost 1 o'clock. We decided we were going to go to Key West. And it is a long ride through the Everglades at 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 o'clock in the morning.
To get to Key West. Oh, yeah, it's sketchy. No cars. You know, I'm just waiting for the big python to go across the road or run over an alligator. Something. And we're running like 80 miles an hour. It's pitch black. There's fog. It's creepy. It's all get out. But yeah, we rolled in at 5 o'clock in the morning to watch the sunrise. And that's the type of rides we do. That's the type of rides we do. You never know when or where we're going to do that.
That's your whole ethos, though, isn't it? It's making memories, not drinking.
Yeah.
See, this is how sad. This is how sad I am. I'm kind of wondering, like, the distance between gas stations for our overseas cousins.
Well, in America, there's like one every block. So
I suppose there'd need to be.
In Australia, there's one every about 250 kilometres or 300 kilometres.
Yeah, show me a bike that can actually do that amount of kilometres before running out, because mine certainly won't.
Mine will.
I'd be fucked.
Brilliant.
I'll be carrying petrol cans in the side boxes.
Yeah, most do.
But yeah, you can do like a whole follow the border thing on in Florida and do like a 1K in a day within the state of Florida. Do 1,000 miles in one day.
Wow. Yeah.
Imagine living
I'd love
like
to do that. That'd be
That's a true iron butt challenge. That.
Hang on, the Texas, it's West Texas that you got a problem. Like
where?
West Texas, the one the comment that Simon just pulled up about Texas. West
All right,
Texas.
why?
We actually had more problems out in Utah, northern Nevada, than we did in Texas. Like when it says last gas stop for blah blah blah,
All right.
you better stop there because
All right.
that sign might be off by a lot.
We have that kind of thing in England. You have in the UK. You have this is the last service stop on the M3, and most people go, "No, fuck that, I'll be fine." And then down the road, you'll see the poor bastards with their hazard lights on.
Yep. Yeah, we've come close several times this past year.
See, the
Especially
trouble is
especially going across Death Valley and stuff out in the desert, southern Cal, in the Arizona.
see my old Triumph. I can't let my Triumph go down to a quarter of a tank because it starts glugging. Shut up, Simon. Shut up, Simon.
no. I'm on about Zed's
Uh,
background.
Oh, there you go.
oh, hello. Who is that? Hooters.
That's just my girls.
I love a bit of Hooters.
It's my daughters. What are you saying, Paul?
Some
There you go.
of those daughters are well endowed, mate.
Listen, it's what put them through college.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, I wish I was 30 years younger again.
You probably don't.
I'll tell you what, if I knew now, sorry, if I could go back in time and I knew then what I know now, I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, but it's because you know it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'd know not to get fucking married. Twice. What idiot gets married twice?
I know, mate. You're an inspiration, though, to me.
No, I'm a warning. I'm a warning.
Oi. I got married twice.
Yeah, I'm on my
I didn't
third
like
one.
the first one, so
Yeah,
I knew one.
You're on your third.
Yeah.
It's all right. Rev is still winning. He's on his fourth, apparently. I mean, I was fucking blindsided at that one. 4.
Yeah, that through.
Yeah, how did he manage to get 4 women to agree to marry him?
Imagine the payments.
Rev's going through wife's Lex Motos.
Yes. Trouble is, you could always give a Lex Moto back.
Yeah, Lex Motors come with warranty of sorts.
Yeah, too late.
Yeah, you only have to keep them for 3 years before they break down.
Oh, I'm glad that's a brand we don't do.
I genuinely couldn't. I just couldn't wake up every day and go, "Oh yes, on my fucking way to go sell more Chinese shit." Like fuck, man. Like, can you imagine actually having to wake up, eat your breakfast, and drive to work for that? Oh.
No.
Yes, I've got to go sell another 10 Lex Motos. Yes.
Oh,
hi guys, listen to this 35 horsepower.
Yeah.
I've got to do another sale video on another Lex Moto. Let's go for it.
I want to know how you get your knee down on a roundabout at 30.
Oh, I just hate it.
And
You
got no choice, mate. You got no choice making a 2-minute video a half an hour because that's how fast they go.
Hang on, I think it'd be fun for me to go over and do one of those videos with them.
Actually, do you know what?
Oh,
I would pay for your air flight to come over and see you on one of these little Lex Moto ZSVs, giving it a test. Fuck me, I'd pay for that.
Hell,
Bro,
if you
bro,
ever come over, I will pick you up at the airport and you can stay here.
I'll
Yeah.
pay
Well,
for the
Hell,
hotel.
see the thing about it is, right? Like, picture this: you pick the bike up brand new from Rev's garage. You take it 1, 2, 3 corners. You lie it on its side. You pour a gallon of gas on it, and you just bloody set it on fire.
Can you imagine the viewing figures will be
Yeah.
immense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just doubled the value of this motorcycle.
Exactly.
Yeah, I sat on it.
I genuinely feel for him, man, when he's like talking about them. When he actually talks passionately about them, I'm like, oh man, you don't mean any of this. I know it.
No.
I know deep down you can't mean any of it.
A true salesman, really, a true
I
salesman.
know, yeah.
Let's all face it, and I've said it before. I like Dave. He's a nice guy and everything else.
Lovely
but he
guy,
is
yeah,
a second-hand car salesman, and
Yeah.
you will brand all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just can't.
and
Not with.
I couldn't sell my soul like that. So no. If I ride something and I don't like it, I'm going to say I don't fucking like it.
Yeah.
It's, sorry.
It's a lot easier.
It is.
Yeah.
I think
I wouldn't say it's lying, but it's sort of like selling a brand, and you have to.
Yeah.
I did a review of a Goodman's action camera. I get probably 1.2k views because during the review I throw a hammer straight at the camera and smash it in bits because it's shit.
Yeah. There you go.
And that's the most honest review you can give anything.
Yeah.
And like I've got another video and it's how to fix what brake discs. And like I go into the whole detail of how you can do this and do that. It says, but at the end of the day, you fucking throw it away because it's shit. Go and fucking buy new ones.
Absolutely.
It doesn't work. No matter everything you've heard, hammering it in, bending it, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a crock of shit.
Crap.
Yeah.
To sell anything, you have to believe in it. I mean, I've been in sales. I was in the sales game, and there were jobs that I lasted for quite a while, and there were some jobs that I didn't last so long because I couldn't quite buy into the product because I looked at it and I thought I'm not going to last this because it's basically shit. And that's the problem. You've got to really believe in what you're selling. And if I were to sell some of these Chinese brands, some of them are good. I mean, I don't know whether you've ever heard of Zontes as a manufacturer. Probably one of the better Chinese ones out there because they've got some decent switchgear. But the unfortunate fact of the matter is, regardless of whether you like it or not, the Chinese are responsible for a larger amount of motorcycle parts than we perhaps are aware of. For example, with the BMW F800, that has a Chinese engine in.
Yeah.
You know, for the BMW purists out there, that's actually quite an insult.
It's
But
because they steal everything.
German, they're the best counterfeiters in the world, and that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Honda, I'll give you an example. Honda had an absolutely brilliant 125 learner Lego called the CG125.
Know it well.
And the Chinese created a company called Lifan.
Yeah.
They bought the license and they manufactured the Honda CG125, and they manufactured it that well that not one single part of a Lifan would fit a Honda CG125.
Yeah.
And vice versa, because and they copied the drawings. They bought the drawings. They bought everything. It looked like it. Externally, the covers, the casings, everything looked like it. Internally, it was just made of chocolate.
Yeah, this is it. The only thing that the Chinese haven't been able to copy, of course, is good old Bushmills.
Oh god. What a fucking tool. That was such a
Milkman's here again.
Is Noddy having more toast?
Noddy's having more toast.
I tell you what, Noddy's fucking hungry tonight, isn't he? He's had a lot of
I'll
toast.
tell you something else. Noddy's liver is fat.
Is Noddy brushing his teeth?
Is he?
Noddy doesn't give
use some of the mouthwash, Noddy.
Noddy doesn't give a shit because Noddy's going to go downstairs and get some cashew peanuts because I fancy some cashew peanuts.
And then what he's going to do, he's going to fart and pebble dash that wall behind him.
He's going to fart and like to his bedroom or something like that. Never mind.
What you want is Paul. What you want now is a kebab.
No, I don't really like kebabs. And the funny thing is, do you know what? None of you are going to believe this, but do you know what? I've never actually been pissed in my life.
I don't believe it.
No, it's true. I could drink that bottle and I'd still be as sober as a judge.
I believe you, officer.
You doubt me,
Sorry,
sir.
officer.
I think I could pretty much drink any of you guys under the table. No problem at all.
Well, you drink me because I've never drank in my life.
Hang on. Let me answer this for you.
Go on then. I tell you what, we'd get on so well if I came over there. We'd
I've got to get one of them hats.
What the crazy thing is, I bought this hat because I don't like to talk to people a lot. But more people talk to me with the hat on.
Yeah.
Els, I'm going to take that challenge. I'm going to come over there and I'm going to drink you under the fucking table.
Paul, when did you start drinking?
When I was about 15, 16. You see, I used to get served in the local pub because I was the only idiot that would actually order something like a pint of light and bitter.
Oh.
No self-respecting teenager would order a pint of light and bitter because all the teenagers in my year, oh, can I have a pint of lager, please? And you get told to fuck off because the barman would know you're underage. But I used to get served because I used to order a pint of light and bitter. So yeah, my drinking career started quite early.
I'll put that challenge down, but you're going to drink my drink.
What's your drink?
Don't worry about what my drink is. You
Come on, man.
can't.
Cards are on the table now, dude. Is it fucking wild turkey or some fucking shit like that? Come on.
No, you can't buy it at the store.
No.
Moonshine.
Moonshine.
Yeah. I think Drew's a peach schnapps and lemonade kind of guy.
Yeah.
Gin and tonic.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, nice gin and tonic. Yes.
No, I just see Drew's been classy. Yeah, it's a classy guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you see, I'm Irish, so we're used to drinking, you see.
Well, I'm Scottish, so.
Hey.
Oh, you're born into it, brother.
I am Scottish.
Battle of the Clan.
Aye, laddie.
Yeah.
Potato.
Man.
Actually, no. I was out. I was outdone by. Have you ever had Guinness, Els? Have you ever had a pint of Guinness?
Oh yeah, we throw the liquor in the Guinness and drink them.
Oh, you do that, do you? The fucking depth charges, yeah?
Yeah, whatever. Depth charges.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called. I was like, give me some of that shit and some of that shit, and I'll drink it.
I was back in Ireland a few years ago, and I was seeing this young slip of an Irish girl. Nissa was her name, and we went pint for pint of Guinness. And it's not easy to get past 7 pints of Guinness before you start feeling a little bit bloated. But there we were, going pint for pint. And that's the only time I've ever been out drunk. She'd done 13 pints of Guinness. So I only managed to do 12. And I tell you what, I didn't even see the fucking next day. I don't even know what that day it was. I woke up probably a couple of days later on. And I met up with her before I went back to England, and I said, "How did you actually do that?" And she said, "Well, I've been drinking all these years," but she said, "I wound you up because every time you had a pint, I was tipping one under the table, watching you get absolutely shit-faced." But yeah, she had me on that one. That was me thinking that she was drinking under the table, but she was tossing them under the table, watching me get wasted. And I think I'd done about 12 pints of Guinness. Never done that since.
The last time I did that, I did it with a close brother of mine, and I got him so messed up. He went out in the parking lot, got on his motorcycle, then started cussing at everybody because somebody stole his damn handlebars off his motorcycle. He was sitting on it backwards.
Oh, man.
But I just sat there and let him go because I thought it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, somebody stole my handlebars. Who the hell would steal handlebars off a motorcycle? I'm just on and on and on. Finally, like 20 minutes later, I'm like, dude, you're putting on it back.
So I thought I was, when I was out and I was out with the boys, I thought I was a bit of a player. And I met my wife. She wasn't my wife at the time, but I met her, and everyone said, "Oh, you need to meet her. She's absolutely fantastic." And she had a twin, and like I said, "I'll drink the both of them under the table." And it's like, "How are you going to tell them apart?" I said, "Well, my wife's got cracking tits, and her twin's got a cock."
He's been dying to tell that all night.
Yeah, that's another copy. That is at least.
Yeah. You owe another one now.
Oh Christ! I'm going to have to Venmo or PayPal someday.
Yeah. It's all right. I've got the app sorted. We'll transfer it.
Man.
I'll be in Glasgow in November. You can pay me then.
Listen, mate, Simon, we're going to have a blast, man. Honestly, there's Lockwood near Sir Vlogs, so we'll all meet up, pal.
Actually, that's going to be the next challenge. When both me and Rhythmic have got Z's and R's, we're going to have to come up there.
Yeah, definitely.
Listen, I've got the roads that can show you what that bike's all about.
I'm going to do that 500 miles.
No doubt about it.
What's that?
I'll sit in the back on mine and film you all.
Listen, Simon, your GTR and Rev's GTR will be more than capable as well. You know that, brother.
Yeah, but Rev's not capable. So.
We've been on a ride with Rev, haven't we? And we, yeah. Let's just say when we got down to Pulborough, he looked exhausted.
Bro. No,
how long was the ride? How long did it take to get down there, though?
It was a good 2.5 hours.
Yeah, but the thing
is, a bit heavier than Electromoto.
Yeah, it's a bit heavier than Electromoto, but
I wouldn't do that.
We rode from. But we got all the way down there, and when he took his crash helmet off, I thought he was going to pass out. He looked absolutely exhausted, and I thought, "Fuck me, you've got to make the ride home yet." And then on the way back, we did lose him, didn't we? Because he got trapped by a lorry.
What he basically means is, what was it? Me, you, Si, Jay, and Rich. We somehow all managed to filter through all that traffic, but Rev says he got stuck behind one truck, and then he got he was 3-4 miles behind us. Like how?
He was long enough behind us for us to stop, have a coffee. Yeah. And then ring him, and he just passed us.
How the hell do you get stuck behind anything on a 1400 is a puzzle.
No idea. You'd have to ask. I said it to Si when we got there. I said, bro, whenever we go back, I cannot be behind him again, because he obviously, when you're following when you're in the convoy, and when the first person goes and then the second, and I mean, all of a sudden it's one of those, and it starts off nice and sophisticated, and then everyone shoots off for a little bit of a blast. And I'm like, right.
Everyone gets silly. Let's admit it.
Everyone gets silly. And I said, I cannot go behind Rev again, because he's one of those, because you're trying to follow him, and I don't want to overtake him or anything. But his leans, his bends ruin your bends, because you know what I mean? You're at different levels, or you want to go slightly quicker or whatever. And then eventually we all got past him, and then we all had a great time. Then we were all having blast then, except for Jay. I swear to God, could have killed me.
He almost did you. He almost did you.
I sent everybody this footage of Jay almost killing me again, simply because I want to go round the bend a certain way. He wants to go round the bend.
Was that when he missed a gear and he slowed right down?
Almost fucking because I'm on the opposite side of the road. You've got the Range Rover, who obviously is, he's done nothing wrong. He's waiting for all of us to overtake him, but then Jay's blocked the gap for me to complete my overtake, and now there's traffic coming the opposite side of the road. And I'm just like,
I actually find it quite stressful when you're in a large group, because you're always mindful of different rider abilities and different levels.
You say but then it's one of those, isn't it? I don't know. I think looking back on it, I'd probably blame myself a little bit for having expectations. When I got round Jay on that bend, eventually I saw a gap just before the car on the opposite side of the road was coming. I quickly just blasted it, got ahead of Jay, caught up with Simon. As soon as I'm there with Simon, me and Simon had a blast. Like, me and Simon absolutely eating up the corners in Kensworth out towards Dagnall, lovely little areas with some nice
roads. Well,
I love it. I absolutely loved that. That was brilliant. But I think the problem is I perhaps went into that ride thinking everybody's at the same thing as Simon, or everyone's
and they're not. I think
that was my bad. That was my bad.
See the honest. If I'm being brutally honest, is see. You have to go into a ride thinking that everyone's on the same level, but
they don't need to kill you.
But they're not.
But anticipate that nobody is. Because I ride with a group of guys, and I've got about 4, maybe 5 guys in my group that I can ride like that.
Yeah. Because you have you develop a chemistry.
And I know what we're doing. I know what I'm doing. I know what he's doing. And if I'm behind, forward, doesn't matter.
You know what they're going to do.
In Lockwood, Ayrshire, Vlogster, my mate Graham's, it's just it's telepathy. We know what we're doing. We know where we're going to be. We know that if anything happens to me, they've got an escape. If anything happens to them, I've got an escape. It just flows. It just is what it is. My fear is when I enter a ride with somebody I have never ridden with.
Yeah.
But the intuitiveness of a rider. If I'm to ride with you, you might think that I ride different to you, you ride different to me, and that's fair enough.
We definitely probably would, yeah.
And I know for a fact that within maybe 20 minutes of riding together, the two of us will just tune up. You'll know what I'm doing, I'll know what you're doing, because and the same as Simon, and it's like I don't doubt or Roland or Drew or Paul either. But that's just the way it would happen. But there's some riders where you're like, I don't want anything to do with you. I want you to stay away.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna either. I'm going to either have to pick you up off the road, or you're going to get me into trouble.
Yeah.
You sense it straight away.
I think the key to that, if you're doing pack riding, I think the most important thing for me, when I met up with a few of the people at Eclipse before we went to the Super Sausage one Sunday a couple of months back, I think the key thing for me was to be predictable. If you're going to pack ride, you got the staggered formation and all of that. That's great. But when we went to the MK bike show, we had one guy from the 1000cc club, and I'm not going to mention his name, but he was on a particular fast bike, and he was very unpredictable. I felt quite aware that he was going to just suddenly black past us and weave in and out.
Yep.
And that's what worries me. And I think predictability is key when you're pack riding, to know if you're staggered riding, that person's going to be there. If there's going to be a tail end Charlie, they stay tail end Charlie. And if you've got the guy at the front, they stay at the front. Every now and again, you might have a little bit of swapsy, changing over, a little bit of, stuff. That's fine.
But the swapsy, when you do the swaps, it needs to happen. I get that we're all motorbikes and we could probably all fit in the lane, but like if I'm overtaking a bike, I still want to be in the other lane.
Yeah.
I do not want to be in the same lane. No chance.
Yeah.
That lane was.
If I'm sitting in lane and I know that, like, say for example, if you look at any of the rides that I do at the west coast of Scotland, the single track roads. Grant, if you're behind me, right, and I know you're looking to overtake me because you fancy it, I'm just not too keen. And you see, as soon as I see you sit out, I'm pulling back.
Yeah.
I'm just saying to you, take my space. That's what I'm saying to you.
I think it's one of those, isn't it? It's much better to rather than risk both of our lives, let you have the position, and then by all means, if you then fancy it again, just retake it. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those things.
It's not pardon the pot. It's not a cock waving contest. It isn't.
No.
It's just like, listen, I'm let you overtake safely, and you come. It's like, it might be that you fancied it then, but I know the next 3 corners, and I know where I'm going to overtake you, and I know where I'm going to go. But, whatever. But do you know what I mean? It's like, if you fancy it, I just don't engage in it, because I've seen so many riders where I've maybe like looked to overtake because I've seen that my route's clear, and they accelerate because what's he doing trying to? That's not what I'm doing. I'm not trying to show you how big I am. I'm just trying to make progress. That's what I'm doing. And that's
I think when you're riding in a group, particularly with UK riders, when you're riding in a group, we all have habits, and it's recognising habits. Now, the majority of the time, if a motorcycle is going to change position, he will have a quick glance in his blind spot. And you recognise that body language, and you say, right, he's now going to move that way because he's looked that way.
Over.
And you allow room and that sort of thing. And but there are riders that don't do that.
No.
So very quickly you recognise those riders, and those are the ones that go alert. You put a little red box around them, and you watch them.
I'm mindful of. They don't seem to have that. They've got a gene missing, that caution gene, where they just literally see an opportunity and they go for it.
And I'll tell you what, the majority of the time when you start a ride, I will look at the bikes. I will look at the majority of the time when you start a ride, and I've took bikes out of 15 plus, and you look at the bikes, and I can tell you which ones will be the ones that I'll put the little red box around.
Yeah.
Because I'll look at the bike and I'll go, you got that bike because.
Yeah.
And
I can almost tell someone's personality by the bike they've got, and it's a bit unfortunate to say that, but I'm afraid it's true.
No, it's true.
You come up against a group of riders, you know, where I hang around.
Oh, were you saying I've got a small penis?
No,
he's saying you got a tiny penis.
He's saying that I've got the patience and the safe.
I'm saying those of our community that ride MT7s and MT09s and MT10s tend to want to wave their willies more than most others. That's all I'm going to say.
It's not the bike. You look at the bike and then you look at the accessories on it. If it's got an excessively loud exhaust.
Yeah.
If it's got certain little LED lights on it. If it's got these bits on it, you go, right, okay, I know what kind of rider you are.
Yeah.
If he's got the
and you do box people. And then, but occasionally I've been surprised because they're not that kind of rider.
No, but usually
Simon, carbon fiber's an extra 5 brake horsepower.
I've always said beware of any bike that has either a sticker or a jacket or any form of merchandise that has the word boys spelt with a Z. That's it. Stay away. I don't want to be anywhere near that fucker.
Or anyone that's got Repsol on their Honda.
I don't know, because those comes in.
No, actually, I've ridden with some bikers that have got Repsol on their Honda, and they've been good riders. So,
I was about to say that was a stock thing, wasn't it, on some of them? Yeah. If that was like pure aftermarket, I'd be like.
But I'm looking at the aftermarket mods you got on, any little bits you got on, and your attitude when I talk to you.
I'm gonna go put Repsol on my Harley. Just
Was it
Repsol?
Don't do it. Don't
Oh, was
do
that
it.
Repsol or Rent Boys? What was it?
Put
Wrexham.
Repsol Boys with a Z.
Said,
And then it's the double red flag. Fuck that. I ain't going anywhere near it.
But
what's
that-
bad? What's bad is you guys got me going Z for Z over here. I'll do something and be like Z, and they're like, "What the fuck
Yeah,
are
what?
you talking about?"
Yeah, Z.
So in America, he's Z-head.
Listen, I've been called all sorts.
That's it.
But I mean, I did make a mistake that ride down to Pulver. I did make a mistake that after we stopped and had the first break at the garage,
Yeah.
I should have reminded everybody how to do corner man.
Yeah.
And because
I was gonna say,
I had
saw-
3 people behind me and there was nobody else,
Yeah.
and I was sort of pointing to a corner saying, "Right, you wait there and wait for everybody else after we took the turn."
no one was getting it.
And they just followed me, and one of them was Rev, and I'm like, "Fucking one of you stop and let everybody," which is why I pulled over and stopped. I'm like, "Well, I can't fucking carry on because I don't know where the rest of the group is."
No.
No,
But I mean, Crashy, he
they
did
slowed
stop at one because because I've ridden with Crashy a lot. He knew what I was on about when I pointed.
Yeah.
But the other 3 behind me were just sort of like, I'm like,
Yeah.
fucking come on, guys.
See, you guys would be aggravated to ride with me because if it's a road, I'm going on it. Bike lane, sidewalk, walking path. Yeah. You can ride on it, I'm going.
Well, man.
Been there, done that. Yeah.
Yeah, like we were down here in Daytona and there's a wreck and I'm like, screw it, there's a whole sidewalk. And here I come zipping down the sidewalk. The cops just watching me like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Because I wasn't like, no, I was like, whoa.
No, yeah, this is it. Too quick for him, man, to do anything. No, fucking fair play. And at the end of the day, why sit there and wait? Although saying that, yeah, I can imagine the police in America having a bit of a different view to that than us.
Yeah, but it's kind of got my wife in trouble a few times this year because she's gotten busted in the fire lane and the bicycle lane already.
Fuck. The thing
She's
is like,
she's like, it was open.
Do you guys have like obviously we have here like mainly in London, but it is happening in different parts of the country. But obviously there's this whole thing where in some places, in some boroughs of London, you are allowed in the cycle or like the bus lane. In other boroughs, you're not allowed in the bus lane. And we've got cameras everywhere that flash you if you get caught in them. But in America, like I don't know if you guys have that sort of where you get caught by a camera rather than get caught by an officer.
Yeah, we'd have them in some places.
In some places, is it? It's not as common as what I imagine it is probably here, but still, no. Okay,
it's more in like the bigger cities. You'll see them.
I was going to say roughly like your neck of the woods. I can't imagine that's a big deal.
If you ever want to find me, go where all the people are at, then go about 100 miles the opposite direction. You'll find me.
Yeah. There you go, Paul. There's your Google Map location there. Find the people, 100 miles.
Yeah.
I've ridden through London, and I've got to be honest, it's not something I want to make a habit of because you've got to just be so mindful of all the bloody bus lanes and all the Uber riders. All the Uber riders and Deliveroo seem to do it, and they don't care.
Fucking, if you ever do ride through fucking London, if you ever end up in Barnet, stay the fuck out of the bus lane. It's the only borough in Barnet that you get £120 fine for riding through a bus lane. I found that out
it was second nature for me at one point because I passed my motorcycle test in London because I was on my A2 at 19, so I did my A2 test in Milton Keynes, but I was living in London by the time I was in my 20s because of uni. So yeah, when I passed my test, it was in London. So after about 3-4 years, I just sort of knew that bus lane you can't, that bus lane you can, that one you can, that one you can't. But it changes all the time as well. The boroughs change their minds like fucking, do you know what I mean? It's just not, it's so hard now to go there if you don't live there.
Yeah, I was talking to a guy over here not too long ago about what you guys have to do with your licensing.
Yeah.
Maybe not the other guys. Well, I don't know actually, because I know some, but you guys might be old enough where you just took the main, like, you know what I mean, one test. Whereas for me, I had to take the A2, which was like a medium test, and then the big test. We've had it divided.
Yeah.
Yeah, where he was laughing because he said the same thing as I did. He's like, over here, it's like, take a 3-day course. Here's your license. Natural selection will pick you out. Like,
yeah. See, that's I wish it. Maybe not. Joe, what? Nah, I'll take that. I probably don't wish it was like for like over here. I probably, there probably does need to be some form of actual testing measure.
I would honestly hope that anyone that sits a driving test had to sit a motorbike test beforehand.
Yeah, I
to do a
agree.
CBT
The
test,
CBT basic bikers test before they took a driver's test over here, because why? They would look out for bikers.
They would. I totally agree. I've said that all along.
Yeah, that
would be an amazing thing.
Yeah, Florida's probably one of the worst states I've been in with that problem of cars they'll just push you out of the lane, or run on top of you, or flat out just run you over.
What, on purpose or accidentally?
They just want to go somewhere, so later.
We've got Smidsy. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. It's like, and like every single spring. I don't know if you guys have seen the same photograph, and it's the one where it's all trees and there's a bridge.
Oh,
a biker.
And you can fucking barely see it. Even a biker.
And being a biker myself, it took me a few goes at it to actually place there's a bike on that bridge.
Yeah.
Because that's the point they make, because what they're trying to emphasize is, obviously when the salt hits the road, a lot of bikers retract from riding for their own reasons.
Yeah. Cool.
So that's fair enough. But what they're trying to emphasize to the drivers is, come early April, bikers are going to start coming back onto the road. So you have to tune in. You have to make sure that when you're looking at a corner, you're scanning for bikes, because they're not always visible. Because we wear clothes that sink into the background. We're not all high vis, bike safe, polite vest.
Right.
Like, God almighty.
And that's why I like the more experience I've had in my life, the more aggressive of a rider I've become. I ride more on the offense than defense.
Drew, I think aggression when you're riding a bike is probably the biggest offense that you could ever have.
My wife's a new rider. I've explained this to her. It's more of you're making that car react to you instead of you trying to figure out what that car's going to do.
Yeah,
that's where a lot of accidents happen, because people hesitate, and then the car does something they wasn't expecting. You're in it.
Yeah.
Versus you're there, they see you, and you're making them react to what you're doing.
It probably is a good point, isn't it? But yeah, how many times, like, especially for those of us who have sat the bike test here in the UK, have they always said, try to anticipate. And whilst you're trying to anticipate and try and become a mind reader for all these car riders, the one thing that they forget to mention is, doing this, you're going to not focus on yourself. Right. You're not going to focus on what you're doing. Where are your hands? Where's your body? So like what Els has just said, it's
and I've had less close calls since I started being like that. I'm not saying go out and ride like an asshole.
No. But that's not the thing, Drew. It's like, I'll give you an example. It's like, if I'm driving in Scotland and I'm driving on a motorway or a freeway, as it would be in America, and I'm sitting behind a car, I'm not sitting in the one position for any length of time. If I'm sitting behind a car, I'll move over. And I'll let them see me in the left-hand mirror. I'll move over to the middle. I'll let them see me in the rear view mirror, and then I'll move over to the right, and I'll keep on doing it. I'll shift positions, and what I'm doing is saying to that driver, "Where am I?" and they're constantly, where is he? He was there a minute ago, he's gone, where is he? That's what I'm doing. My bike's full of headlights anyway, so if I'm moving from left to right, I'm basically saying, you need to see where I am. And it's a lot of bikers will sit static. When you sit static and a car driver is sitting there, they're daydreaming, they're wondering about, right, what am I doing for my shopping? What am I doing for this? What am I doing for that? They don't see the bike behind them. So when they go, oh, there's a wee space, bang, there, I'm just going to take that lane, and they've hit you. Whereas if you're moving, and you're constantly moving and you're constantly shifting, they're uneasy because they don't know where you're going to be. You have to be, in a sense, a wee bit unpredictable for them to actually notice what you're doing.
Right. When people would first start riding with me, they're like, "Gosh, you're a crazy rider," blah blah blah. But then, you know, halfway through the day, they start understanding why I ride like that.
Yeah,
and they start saying, we stopped having so many mishaps, so many problems with vehicles.
Yeah.
And they're like, teach me the way. I'm like,
yeah,
no, I'm not responsible for you. But I just kind of explain it like that. It's you're not riding like an asshole, but you're making the car react to you and not you react to the car.
Yep.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a sort of a theory when you're driving cars. There's defensive driving and there's offensive driving, and it's the same with motorbikes, I'm guessing. But my mindset is, and I don't know whether you ride like this in the States, but my mindset is I ride out there as if every motorist out there is just basically trying to get me.
Yeah.
And
that's pretty much how everyone should ride their bike.
By abiding with those principles, that I think is why I'm still surviving today, because I just assume everyone in a cage with four wheels is pretty much incompetent, and that's what's giving me the.
If I'm riding up to a junction, the last thing that I'm doing is looking at that driver's eyes. That's the last thing that I'm doing. I'm looking at the front wheels of that car.
Yeah.
If the front wheels start moving,
then
they've not seen me.
Yeah.
I'm reacting. I'm looking up the road. I'm looking for my exit point. I'm making my decision based on their wheels, because I have been in a situation where I've been looking at somebody's eyes and I am convinced that they've seen me.
They're looking at you, but they're not seeing you.
They still pull out.
Yeah.
So my instructor said to me, look at the wheels. The wheels will tell you all you need to know.
Yeah, you're right.
And I stick by that, and it has saved me more often than it hasn't.
Yeah, like here with the way people drive in Orlando and around this area, I've been working on her, picking her holes. Like, you're not just looking here; you're looking 4 or 5 cars down. You're picking your route.
Yeah.
You're not and you're not cutting people off, but you're staying moving. You're going to keep moving through the traffic. You're not going to sit there and wait for somebody to run you over or somebody to not see you. You're going to keep moving. And she's starting to get it.
There's an awful lot of YouTube videos that we get over here. There's this guy Dan the fireman. He's exactly, and he shows a lot of these videos of bikers, and he gives a little 4 I just sit there thinking, he gets all these views, basically assassinating other people's riding.
It's clickbait. It's clickbait. That's all.
I think it's present everywhere, isn't it? I know, like with his stuff, it's more he's sort of picking faults with the bikers and stuff like that. But I almost think it's like probably not in all the areas and stuff like that. But there's that fucking channel. I hate it. I despise it really. Moto Madness, where they'll do compilation and like a lot of the time it's clips in like America and stuff like this, where I watch it and I think, you fucking knew he was going to do that. You waited for it so that you could do this react. It annoys me to no end. I'm just like, fuck.
Well, look how many views they get. Look how many followers they get. It's all about
Well, here's a good question I got asked the other day, and I actually had to think about it for a second. I got asked, have you ever just laid your bike down? And I got to thinking, I've never just laid my bike down because I couldn't get out of a situation. Like
No.
the 2 times I've
No.
skidded, it's because of a situation. I didn't just
Yep.
lay the bike down. And I guess it's what I'm starting to hear from like newer riders that's had accidents. And they'll say that, well, I just had to lay it down. No, you didn't. You panicked. And you panicked.
Yeah, very much so.
What you did.
And it sort of goes back to that whole thing, innit? Because them laying it down, they've now created a situation. Now it's a situation. Now it's got to be a big song and dance. I need your insurance. Oh, we got to call the police. Oh, I've got a camera. Oh, we're filming it. It's like, but it didn't need to. It wasn't that deep. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
It didn't need to be that serious.
No. Laying a bike down's the last option.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Once you've mentally and skillfully worked through every other scenario, that's the last option, is laying your bike down. Because
laying your bike down will never slow you down more than actually the rubber fucking contact in the road.
Yeah.
No, that's a bad option. It's one that never enters my head.
And the other thing, my wife had 2 situations already where I've worked with her, and she realized sometimes the throttle is a better option than your brakes.
Yeah. Because when you throttle through an incident, the gap doesn't close as quick,
Right.
and you're by it before it happens, and that's the key to it. As opposed to if you were to decelerate, you're bringing yourself into the incident as opposed to getting beyond it.
Right.
And that's a decision that a lot of people struggle.
yeah.
But you'll never know until you're in that situation how you would react. It's one of those ones where if you're standing in a queue waiting to get into a nightclub and something happens, there's some people that will confront the situation. There's some people that will veer away from it. It's the same kind of scenario when it comes to if you're riding a bike and you get into a situation that you can't control, that it's a fight or flight scenario. You'll either fight it and stay with it to the point where you take it to the pinnacle, or the flight is laying it down, which is the scenario that you were talking about. And most experienced bikers will fight it to the last minute because they firmly believe in their heart of hearts that no matter what happens, they'll always have it.
Yeah, without doubt.
But that's where experience comes in. When you know, you kind of have an idea.
Yep.
I can get this to do this, or I'm gonna have to ride out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, you're able to make that split decision because you have the experience, and that's where the headsets that we have while she was learning helped, because while we rode all these miles, and we might not be in the situation, but I'm always talking to her about different stuff. If this car did this is what you'd be looking for. So we have thousands of miles of us just talking about situations as we're riding through different types of traffic, and I'm thankful for that.
Yeah.
But personally, when I ride, I'm always looking at, if something happens, where's my escape lane? Because the first thing I'm going to do, because you can't do it in a car, you can do it on a bike. You can avoid. So you can quickly move, change direction to avoid. Second thing I'm looking at is brake. My first option is always avoid. Swerve, go round, do whatever you got to do. Go round that incident.
Yeah.
The second option is braking.
Yeah.
That's why I always ride.
That's a very, very good mindset to adopt. Go for your brakes on the second option. Power through it. Power through it is always a smarter option.
Get yourself out of that situation, avoid, go around it, do what you got to do, blah, blah, blah. I can't do that, I've got a brake. Yeah. And when you ride, you're always looking for the escape lane.
Yeah.
If you've got a Lex Moto 125, you're screwed.
If you've got
a Lex Moto 125, you're laying it down.
If you've got a Lex Moto 125, choose the softest hedge.
Yeah. To be fair, Simon will tell you, if you've got a Triumph Sprint 1050, you're not very good on the brakes either, so you might as well not use them.
More importantly,
Exactly.
I've never seen a red ZZR.
Have you?
Yeah.
Candy red as well. It's
I've
like
never
Yeah.
seen a red ZZR.
red and black.
I
It's
love
something,
that.
it's something else that their non-emission laws grant them. We don't get that shit.
Roland, tell the boys about what's been done to the ZZR.
Mine. Well, I've had the full what do you call it, Power Commander tuned, and I've also had cam keys made up for the camshafts, and they've been advanced 1 degree advanced. So yeah, so between that and the full retune, a little bit of porting on the exhaust ports, and yeah, she's punching it out.
What are you punching out of interest? Brake
173.1 kilowatt on the rear wheel, which is 3 kilowatt more than my supercharged daily driver.
Fuck that. Yeah, Luke gets in the dust.
Do you supercharge the ZZR?
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah. You can turbo on or supercharging.
Paul, don't get fucking ideas, man. Paul, we'll be burying you next year.
I know, Paul. Just
fucking Zedhead's gonna have to come to your funeral going, oh, it's all my fault. I encouraged, I inspired.
It was my fault.
Well, I've been watching all the YouTube videos of TTS
sorry for
engineering.
I'm sorry for whiskey.
I've been watching TTS engineering.
Sorry for YouTube.
Superchargers on Hayabusas, and I did wonder to myself, can you stick a supercharger on a ZZR?
Why can't you? You can put a supercharger on a bloody washing machine if you wanted to. Honestly, it's like
you just need to get some drive for it, which is generally off the flywheel.
That's exactly it. It's an exhaust. Yeah, you're driving it off the exhaust, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, a supercharger, you're driving off the flywheel.
Yeah, you're driving.
The thing the primary drive.
Yeah, that's okay, Paul. I'll come to your funeral and I'll just say, well, you get right out of that one.
Well, I'm not having a funeral. I've already decided how I'm going to go. I'm going to be literally bundled up. I'm going to be stuck on a catapult, set fire, and I'm going to be launched into sea. That's how I'm going to go.
Yeah. Have you ever ridden a ZZR 1400?
No, not yet.
Yeah,
I'm buying one.
Okay. All right. Well, you're in for a bit of a surprise. As much as you think you've been on the maximum, yeah, you're about to experience it.
No, it's like it's a different mindset altogether.
Noddy's getting very excited.
I just can't wait for all you know.
They outdo your expectations for the first time you're on one.
Yeah.
When I got mine, it's like I've told the boys I got mine in December, and one of my first impressions when I parked the bike up after I had brought it home was, I am going to have to respect you so much.
Yeah.
And like every time I took her out, I pushed her just that wee bit more, and wee bit more, and wee bit more until. But the first time you open the throttle and you feel it's like sitting on a torpedo, it just takes off, and like there's no, you'll experience it because like I know that you guys are on the path of buying one. You'll experience it yourself. And once you experience it and once you feel that power, you will naturally step back off it, and you'll understand what you've got. And
I think one of the most surprising things is they will go quicker than you can think.
Yeah.
Man, it sounds like a conversation I had with my third wife.
Yeah, I think it's like anything. I think, I mean, let's face it. I could probably get on a 125cc bike, and even that would probably have more talent than me. And I think the important message there, if there is any important message, is humility is the difference between survival and death on anything you ride like that.
Yeah.
And I think what you say, Stu, is 100% right. It's respecting the machine that you're on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And knowing you are basically sitting, and the same as you, Roland, as you just said, you're basically sitting on a torpedo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bro, I fucking need one, man. I had a cardiac arrest in June due to a low heart rate. I need something to bring that bastard up. So ZZR 40.
Yeah,
So, you know, it's exactly that for me, because everyone's going on about this this smile factor that you allegedly feel on a motorbike. And I've probably only felt that once or twice on my Triumph, but I'm waiting for that
Paul,
bejeweled moment when I smile like a fucking idiot.
Well,
when you
Zed, how many? Are you still smiling if you crank yours?
every single time, it's
Yeah,
like
it never gets old. It never gets old.
see that wee tingle you get the first time you see a school teacher's underskirt when you're in primary school.
Are we going back to my history lesson when I was at school?
No,
Stu?
definitely. Sorry, Paul. I had to. No, it's just that. It's the first time you've seen something, or the first time you've experienced something. Every time you open that throttle in a ZZR, it never gets old. It's never any different than, oh my god, I shouldn't be doing this. Because
But if you're gonna do it, you need to be mindful of the road conditions.
Yeah.
Right. You have to. If you're going to crank one, it has to be on a really good road. You have to eyeball where you are and where your corner is, and know that the hard midway point is where you're backing off and going hard on brakes, because your acceleration in a small distance is amazing.
Well, that's where
you'll come up to a corner way quicker than you've ever done before, and you'll be on the brakes. You'll overreact. They're a bike you need to weed into. You know, they definitely are.
Is it like that bit in Star Wars where you see the Millennium Falcon and all the stars are going?
it's like my background right now.
Not far from it, I tell you.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's exactly what I said.
They're literally faster than an F-18 on takeoff.
Yeah. And the thing that you have to remember is like, as much as they are fast, when you're trying to slow the fucking thing down, it's a heavy bike.
Mm-hmm.
So as much space as you need to accelerate, you need probably more to slow it down to get into that corner.
Yeah, I always peg my midway point.
Yeah, because like say for example, you Triumph Sprint 1050, it's like you know what distance you need to slow down and get into that corner. If you've got a 200 kg ZZR that can go 30-40 mile an hour faster into that corner, which is heavier, you're going to need to stop like 30 meters back from where you stopped previously.
Yeah, definitely.
In any of the familiar roads that you were riding on. So
none of them are familiar then.
That's where
the weight sling and the center of gravity on a ZZR is a lot more different than on my bike.
Paul, to be quite honest, the center of gravity is quite low down in a ZZR. You'd be surprised. Sitting a ZZR off its side stand, it's no dissimilar to any other bike. It's when you try and decelerate when you're riding at high speed, that's when you notice the weight.
Well, you got ABS on those things. I've not got ABS on my Triumph.
No, I don't have ABS in mine.
No, I don't have ABS.
You know,
I'd rather not have it.
I thought the Gen 1 had ABS.
No.
I think the very, very last one does.
I don't have a vagina, mate.
Hey, it's been fun, guys, but I gotta bounce. Enjoy it.
All the best, man.
Lovely talking to you, bro.
Take care, mate.
True, man.
You take care. It was so good to have you on. No, it's like I wanted the pure experience. I didn't want I don't decry the ABS. I don't decry the traction control or anything like that. It's just I came from an analog generation where it was carburation, it was non-ABS, it was no traction control, so on and so forth. That's what I was brought up with. The only thing that the ZZR has that I've never had before is direct fuel injection. That's the only thing it has.
I thought in my naivety that what year is yours?
2008.
I really thought I thought
12.
I thought they had ABS, and that's
No,
quite scary.
the last
that without ABS.
no the January to April May 2008 was the last non ABS. Gen 2 or the first of the second generation Gen 1 started late April. So my bike's the last of the first generation.
Oh, then even more cred to you then, because that's like a fucking missile enough as it is, but without ABS.
That's
But
what
you gotta you also gotta be mindful that like when these things were engineered, you know, that's the absolute pinnacle of their production line. It's the max that this company is manufacturing. And consequently, you know, they engineered it to work. They engineered the brakes to be very sufficient. They engineered the suspension to be very, very good. Yeah, they are that's their high end. Let's throw all of our technology at the time into this bike. So you haven't got something that's sloppy or missing a part here. You know, it's very well engineered piece of machinery.
Yeah.
And I think Zed would agree with me. Whether you got ABS or not, if the thing's engineered well, it's going to function beautifully.
And it does.
You've just got to use your head.
Yeah. And see, the thing about it is as well, is like, I don't know if you've ever saw Top Gear when they did the review of the Bugatti Veyron. James May tried to step out of a Bugatti Veyron doing 70 miles an hour because he thought he had slowed the car down.
Yeah.
I've done 70 mile an hour in the ZZR and done double that. I'm not telling you where I did double that, and it didn't feel any different. It's so calm, quiet, stable.
And then you come down
super smooth,
and then you come down to 70 and actually feels like you're standing still.
It just punches the hole. It's so deceptively fast. You cannot comprehend it. Punches such a big hole in the air that you sit in there going, "Is that it?" It's so stable. Roland, what's it like? It's just you sit there so calm. It's like there's no drama.
They're
not holding on because
deceiving. They're very deceiving because you can get into a very false sense of security really quickly.
Agreed.
Yeah, because they do everything very, very well. Like I said, this is a large manufacturer of motorcycles with their engineers all put together, engineering a product that's going to go on the market that's going to overtake the current leader. And so that's the mindset. What you've got, you've got the engineering involved, you've got the quality of the product in there, the quality of the build. Nothing about their top end bike. I don't know any rider of them on YouTube or anywhere that has said, "Oh shit, the ZX14 is all good, but there's no buts."
I would not.
Careful, Roland. You're beginning to sound like a Kawasaki salesman now, Doug.
Well, I mean,
they're sending you a job in.
It's the reality of it. It's the
See, the
reality
thing
of
about
it.
it is, Paul, is like Roland saying, in all honesty, he's been a Kawasaki owner. This is my 4th year of owning the ZZR, and I will own it for the rest of my life. That bike, the bike I've got just now, I'm never selling. Nobody's ever going to own it other than me. I will own other bikes other than the ZZR, but that bike's mine. That's how good that bike is.
But I must also say, way down in all the speed limit signs sort of land, if it's 30, I don't know if you're in mile an hour or kilometers, but over here, 60, 80 and 100 kilometers an hour sort of speeds, all the road speeds, If you're new to these bikes, if you glue yourself to those speeds, all the speeds in the corners and everything, you would not find anything safer to ride. You really wouldn't. Yeah. I mean, I've ridden a lot of bikes in my 61 years, and I tell you what, I haven't ridden anything. But do I need ABS? Do I need it? Hell no, hell no. You know, and I've ridden the latest Kawasaki Ninja 1000 with all the inhibitors, and it's a pain in the ass. It's a real pain in the ass. It shortchanges me for what my experience level is on the bike. Yeah,
See the thing about it is as well, guys, is like say for example you take off a roundabout and you're into a nice set of twisties, you could potentially sit in third gear and do every single corner and every single overtake for the next 30 miles.
Yeah.
And beyond, and never change out of third gear, because from low end third gear to high end third gear, you're taking every single corner and every single overtake, and the bike will just be like that. That's fine. Because the torque and power and everything in the rev range, it's all sitting there.
Yeah.
It's just,
I think it's that, and it's especially with that torque, it's just getting to know and trust the torque a little better.
Absolutely.
Like I'm pretty much really in that same boat as Paul. It's something that I've said already tonight. I see it as natural progression from what I've got currently. I think riding Simon's bike that he was very kind to let me ride for I think that just helped me even more, because I kind of thought, right, I still need to ride the ZZR. I still need to get that feel, the different positions, etc.
If it ever came to fruition, you're more than welcome to take the keys to my bike.
Fuck it, Zed's a brave man.
You're more than welcome. Honestly, I'll quite happily lay down all the oil out your Triumph.
What a fucker. He's waited all fucking night for that one, eh?
No, honestly, mate. Honestly, you could take the keys and just go and just experience it. Because I know for a fact that you'll be reluctant to hand the keys back, and two, you'll message me and tell me you've got one.
Yeah, straight.
I know for a fact.
You get a message. I've arrived home. I'm not bringing the bike back.
Yeah, you know that spiel you said about no one else owning the bike? Yeah.
I'll be like, yeah, but you've got all this oil to collect, so.
By the way, find me if you can.
All this oil sitting on my drive.
No, honestly, mate, it's like I would love, it's like if we could make it work, I'd bring my bike down to you and you could ride it all day if you wanted to do it.
See, that's the issue that I've got. I've been reluctant to sort of test ride one, because getting them back on my bike would be an unpleasant experience. And I know that I'll enjoy being on a ZZR when I get one, so I'm just going to literally leave it until that point, until I'm literally handing over my money, getting my keys to ride it, because I know it'll be completely fine. So I'll be getting mine in about February, March next year.
That's brilliant, man.
If you want to, well, actually, one thing I'll say, probably Zed will back me up on this, tyre pressure is absolutely crucial.
Definitely.
On any bike, I check mine daily. Yeah.
So they're going to feel super heavy if the tire pressure is
36 and 41 on mine. If mine goes out plus or minus even 1 psi, I can feel it. Yeah.
ZZR with 1 to 2 psi below any of your front or rear, it's it feels like a dog.
Yeah.
Alien. You know straight away. You're like.
Yeah.
But before I ride, no matter where I'm going, whether I'm going down the shops or whatever, PSI, that's what I'm going for. Tyre pressure straight away. If it's been lying for 1 day, 2 days, doesn't matter what.
A lot of people don't realise, but your ambient temperature changes your tyre pressures, and depending on how long you're going to be riding for, will change your tyre pressure, because the hotter your tyres get, So I bear in mind where I'm going to be going and how long I'm going to be riding for.
It depends. It depends on the type of tire you've got as well. Because if you've got a soft compound that heats up fast, the tire pressure is going to increase quicker. If it's a dual compound, it's slightly slower. So
most of them these days are dual compound. You know, if you've got something like the Battle Axe, which is pretty much the most common tire you have, like on a touring bike, then they're dual compound. So that's going to be plus or minus 1 psi anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and if you're going to do a burnout, get that back wheel spinning first before you put the front brake on.
I don't get the mentality of the burnouts, but yeah.
Oh, it's just fun factor.
I think I get it.
Fun.
I think I get it if the tire is spent, then I get it because I'm like,
oh yeah.
It's goodbye tire. That's all. Yeah.
Chris, I'm going to ask you about the bike behind you. Is that a R1?
No, I wish it was. It's not though.
No, what is it?
Left it up.
It's an angry wasp.
An angry wasp. What is it, Chris?
This is CBR 600RR.
CBR,
is it an RR?
I'm quite a new rider, so I haven't been on 1,000 or anything like that yet. So I'm
doesn't matter, pal.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It's not a Lex Moto, so you have all of our respect. Don't worry about it.
I love it. It's my pride and joy. Like, it's amazing.
Whereabouts in Scotland are you, pal?
Pan us around the bike.
Kilmarnock. Oh, excellent. It's like I've got a few pals that are out in Kilmarnock.
Aye.
That's the Limwood just outside Paisley.
Oh, cool. I know Lockwood. And,
I know Robert very well. So
I know Mark. I know Graham's quite well. I've been out with him.
Graham's, aye.
A few rides.
I'm surprised I've not met you then, mate.
As I say, I'm quite new to the bike riding scene. So, but hopefully we'll meet in the future some point.
Aye, absolutely, man.
Well, welcome into the bike.
Welcome.
We're going to Skye next.
Aye. No, I'm not going next week, mate.
I'm going with
I know John Diehard and that's going, and here's your vlogs done that.
Aye.
It'll be a great weekend, but
with loads of cameras.
I know I can't make it. I'm working on, unfortunately.
Aye. It's a shame you weren't coming to a full set.
Aye, that's it. Get you in the next one though.
Aye, I'll see you then.
Did he need to translate, Roland?
Did you notice how Zed slipped into deep Scottish when he started doing
I can't understand the fucking word he's saying.
I'm very sorry. I'll try and keep it proper English.
No, you're right, Chris. Welcome, mate.
Put a bit more Aussie accent.
We're not having a go at you. We're having a go at Zed. You're right.
They're ripping the piss out of me, Chris.
So when we have Lockwood and Stu, I kind of like sit there and I think maybe we should have fucking subtitles.
It's not that bad. You can understand neighbours and home and away, and that's the other side of the world. And I'm just up the road, 200 miles.
Yeah, but they speak English. You speak Scottish. I'm only ribbing you, man.
I know. It's cool. It's all good, man. It's all good. I can take it.
Well, welcome to the biking world and the biking community. So there you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How old are you, Chris? 12, 13?
I don't want to tell you now you've said that.
16.
I reckon you'll be surprised.
No. He's got a CBR. He's got a CBR 600. He's at least 17, isn't he?
Can someone translate for me, please? I don't know.
Watch it on playback. You'll get subtitles.
I'm 40.
We'll put subtitles.
40.
Yeah.
40. You still got hair at 40. You're doing
I'm
right.
41 in September the 13th.
Oh, bless you.
Wow.
Happy birthday for September.
I was completely grey when I was 40.
Whoa. Hang on. How is he 40 and I've just turned 26 and he looks 10 years younger than me?
That's a good point, actually, Grant. That's a good point you raise.
You've had a hard life, Mick. That's what it is.
I'll tell you what it is. It's hanging out with you fuckers. It's hanging out with you.
The old dinosaurs, yeah.
Chris, when did you get into riding?
I never used to drink until I met you guys, and then I met Noddy. And then Noddy had the milkman one day. I think he was a gay milkman.
Oh, Jesus. No,
Not a prostrate exam coming up.
Who called? Someone said Jesus.
Jesus. Have you seen the level of where my bottle is now? Look.
Oh, no, we know.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, when it's right down the bottom.
At the beginning of the night.
When it's right down the bottom, that's the man.
I know they're all talking about
Chris,
Chris, almost an ID, Chris.
Chris, what's your story into riding? What's your story into riding?
Hang on. Before you talk to him, I really want to see the man's ID. I don't trust them.
But everyone in my family looks really young. My gran retired and she couldn't get on the bus the way they got on the bus cheap for pensioners. And they didn't believe her when she tried to get on the bus. Everyone in my family looks young.
I'm really 26. I just look 54.
Listen here, hair for men. Shut up.
Sorry, did someone say anything then?
Please continue.
So how long have you had bikes, Chris?
So I got my full license sort of August last summer.
Good.
And I bought that bike straight away as soon as I passed my test.
Who did you go with?
Bike It in Paisley.
Oh, that's who I went. Who was your instructor?
Oh,
Big Stevie.
Big Stevie.
Stevie was he's my instructor as well.
Aye,
Such a cool man. Such a cool dude, man. It's brilliant.
Aye.
Did you learn on a Lex Moto 125, Chris?
No, I don't want any Chinese shit, man.
Was it one of a live fan? Was it a live fan? Live fan 125?
I actually see my first bike when I passed my CBT. I got a Sinus RS 125.
Right, we'll not hold that against you. Sorry.
I had a Sinus Terrain. I had a Sinus Terrain 125.
To be fair, I almost have like more respect for him. The fact that he didn't go with a Lex Moto, like it just my respect went up.
I got it for £700. So
I thought he said he had a sinus infection.
Yeah, it was. I had a Sinus Terrain. I bought it for about £1,000 second hand. It was a bit of a shed, but it lasted me enough time to get some practice before I got on the big bike. But yeah, it wasn't too bad considering.
So how long between the small bike and the big bike, Chris? What was the time difference? Did you go direct access or?
Direct access.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
How much did you pay?
I bought that bike about 2 months before I passed my test.
Right.
I had a wee shot on it.
Did Bike It take you on to did you go into the Suzuki van?
Suzuki van? No.
Did they? What did they take you from?
Right. What did I go on? I can't remember. I think it
would have been an SV650.
Did they take
an SV650? It was the equivalent of that, but it wasn't
an
SV650. It was something that was equivalent of that bike.
Aye.
I can't remember exactly what it was.
Did you go to Shield Hall for your test?
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah.
And like you look at Shield Hall, right? For the guys that don't know, in Scotland, Shield Hall, where the bike test centre is right next to a refuse centre. So all these lorries just drive out and dump diesel onto the road.
Stinking.
So when it's wet, it's like the whole place is like an ice skating rink, and then you're trying to come out of a test centre kidding on to an instructor that you know what you're bloody doing. It's so hard. It's crazy, but that's the Scots for you. Do you know what I mean? It's that and the kilt's blown over your face. Do you know what I mean? It's like...
Where'd you put your bagpipes though?
I'm not going to tell you that until I know you better, Simon.
You keep your bagpipes under your kilt.
That's it.
What I love is he'll just let me, someone he's never met, just take his ZZR out, but you got to get to know him better before I tell you where he's
How does that work?
Never question a Scotsman and bagpipes.
It's a situation of modesty, I think.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah.
We've sussed him out.
But that's good, Chris. That's brilliant. And then
Cheers,
so
man.
like, you heading off with Lockwood and Ayrshire Vlogster and that next week?
Yeah.
Up the
Looking
sky.
forward to it. I'm kind
That's
of worried
brilliant,
because I'm going away like for two nights, and we're all sleeping in the same room, and I don't really know them that well.
Have you not heard about Ayrshire Vlogster?
Have you got any lube?
I'm
lube?
honestly a wee bit worried about it.
Listen, pal, these guys are absolutely cool, absolutely fantastic, man. You're going to have a great time. It's going to be a great biking experience. You're going to love it, man.
How did you find out? How did you find out about this channel, Chris? Because it's not a very well-known one. It's just one of the little ones.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
Paul, I think it was Pornhub.
Yeah.
He was on Pornhub and he stumbled onto Simon's channel.
I think he googled Noddy and found out about Noddy and his
Oh, fucking Noddy, bro.
One Noddy, one cup.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I think I'm going to have a problem now, Chris, because I think they're going to re-nickname me from Mad Old Biker to Noddy.
Noddy.
It could be worse.
Well,
So
yeah.
you got a channel, Chris?
No, I don't have one. No, not yet.
Right.
I'm thinking about it though.
Have you got a camera?
I don't have a camera yet. I need to buy one.
Get a camera, get a channel, and just start producing content.
And just do what Zed does. Just chat shit, and everyone will
Just
fucking
talk
love
shit.
it. Just talk shit.
I'm game for doing it. I'm definitely game for doing it.
Buy yourself just a Drift Ghost camera. They're about 120 quid. Stick it onto your safety helmet.
Fucking safety, are we? Who are you? The police? Oh wait, you are.
Fuck off. I call it a crash helmet, but everyone just takes the piss.
Yeah, if you flash your helmet, yeah.
Oh yeah, get yourself a Drift Ghost camera for 120 quid on Amazon. Stick it on your helmet. On your helmet.
Your purple
Yeah.
helmet.
I don't like to call it my crash helmet. I've got no intentions of crashing. So.
Yeah.
Well, neither do I, but it's a crash helmet nonetheless. And you just chat shit like we all do, and you get to monetize yourself like Simon does, and then get delisted for swearing.
Cunt.
Do I?
It's just gone orange. So yeah,
I'll tell you what, it's still green, so fuck off.
That's because Rev's not here.
Yeah, where the fuck's Rev?
If you want to become a YouTube sensation overnight, do reviews on Max Moto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
Definitely.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
And Bride,
I would love to have the money to actually buy one and set it on fire. That would be my review.
do you not think
This
that
is my
maybe,
review of Lex Moto blah 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 125.
do you not think it may,
Look where you go and beat
There's
you.
always rental and insurance.
Oh, God, I never thought of that.
it would make good YouTube viewing if we were to
God.
all chip in and buy one, and then
I'm sure-
ride the shit out of it and then set it alight.
I was gonna
You
say
know what?
like,
Right
I'm sure
into
if I took
trees
it into,
and
I'm
fucking
sure if I took it into
ridiculous.
Fergusley Park in Paisley, they would set it on fire
They do
for
it.
me.
Yeah.
I was going to say, so far through the small time that we've been doing Wolf Tales, we've made a small bit of money through merchandise and a tiny bit of money through sponsorships that we had in earlier episodes. I'll tell you what I'm going to say to the producers: let's save up this pot and buy a fucking like Wolf Tales Lex Moto, and then we can just burn it. That'll be views.
No, don't
You
do
don't
electric
need
bike. Do
500 quid,
electric bike. You want a zero.
A zero.
Because I will provide the petrol, the matches, and everything necessary, and I will watch.
and
I will
spark,
even
and the
dance
spark.
naked round it while it's burning.
Well, that'll be some super sausage, won't it?
Whee.
That'd be a chipolata.
In fact, you could all barbecue sausages, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would probably be the best use for it. That's going to be the first thing I'll do, Simon, just for you, mate. When Wolf Tales makes its first grand, we'll buy a Lex Moto. We'll buy a zero on finance.
Yeah, and please let me set fire to it, please.
Rebel will, as you can see, Alex Moto burns well.
Yeah, straight off.
And this isn't covered under the warranty.
We could do it on a certain night in January and call it Burns Night.
Hey!
Bonfire night.
Anyway, Roland, lover of you would like to know what the other bike is behind you.
Z1000.
I've never seen a Z1000 with a half fairing before, or a quarter fairing. Can we not get a close-up of this bike?
That's an old one, isn't it?
Oh, you do know that's just a photo, right? He's not actually in his garage.
So Roland can pick up his laptop or camera and go into the garage, can he not?
Yeah, he should do that.
Well, Roland's just he's ate some of that cake from Alice in Wonderland, and he's just from.
That's it.
No, that's the old classic. Look at that.
I love that. I absolutely love that.
Is that the old Widowmaker they call it?
It's the original. It's the original Widowmaker, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is the original Widowmaker. Before
look at that colour scheme.
Before Suzuki coined the phrase for their S-Rad, which quite frankly is bollocks. Why they call that a Widowmaker is complete bollocks. This was the original Widowmaker.
Oh, there's Roland. I was like,
Suzuki called theirs the Widowmaker because their wives thought they'd turned gay.
Right. I've actually got a question for Chris. Is why is his bike in his conservatory?
I was literally just about to say, I'll tell you what, Chris is about to get even more respect from me, because if there's one place better to park your bike than your fucking garage, and that's in your house, I'm all for it. I love it.
Nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Who's that?
It's all nice and warm. Get a sofa next to it as well.
He's just done a run.
There's a female YouTuber that has them in her sitting room. Is it?
Is that the slippery when wet?
No.
Bouncing boobs.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong YouTube channel.
I think you're talking about.
Still on Pornhub there, Steve.
That's what
Pornhub, you dirty old bastard.
Sorry, it's that time of night.
Oh, I can't remember her name now.
Fucking hell, it's nearly 2 a.m. Look at this.
I know. We're rocking up for 4 hours here, time this.
I'm on 3.5 hours. You lot keep going. Keep going.
That's glorious.
Keep going. You haven't got anything planned, have you, tomorrow, Si?
Nope.
Oh, no.
I have.
My plan to get out on the bike really early and head over to Triumph Woburn's now going to have to turn up to getting there in the afternoon.
Why are you going to Triumph Woburn?
I just always... They see me there on a Saturday. I go there every Saturday.
Do they have a coffee bar?
He goes there every Saturday to top up his oil. That's what he does.
That's what it is.
This anti-Triumph attitude of yours is quite boring.
Paul, we can't actually say anti-Triumph attitude. You and me have both been in here tonight asking questions about the ZZR 1400 that we're going to buy. I mean, if anyone's anti-Triumph.
That's beside the point. I'm still a Triumph man until I've got my ZZR keys in my car.
So Z-Head, what size of oil pan do you sit under your bike? I don't have one under my.
Zed, if you ever go to Triumph in Woburn, you have to be very careful when you pull into the parking lot because it's all like this kitty litter stuff that soaks up the oil.
You do realise if you turn up on Sunday to the Super Sausage, Simon, when you're not looking, I'm just going to let your fucking tyres down.
As if your bike fucking makes it there.
I'm going to pull these soft plug. That's what I'm going to do.
Such a bit.
He's going to hear the bottles clinking though.
Yeah.
As soon as you hear Noddy, turning up with the milk bottles,
Noddy's letting your tyres down.
Noddy's going to come up to you and say, "You're fucked."
Chris, is your bike in your living room?
Yes.
I fucking love that. That's
now, don't judge me, but it's in my conservatory.
That's fine. It doesn't matter as long as it's in your house.
Hey, he's a posh Scotsman. He's got a conservatory. Hey, yeah.
And not only that, but he's 43 floors up on a high rise as well. And the lift doesn't work.
I'm in a slum.
That's how much of a man he is.
That's fair play, mate. That's fair play.
That is awesome.
No,
Do you have a garage? Do you have a garage, or is the conservatory like the garage, basically?
No, I have a garage, like a standalone garage from the house, but I mean, it's no heating in it, so the bike's still going to rust. So.
Exactly. I love your thinking. So the missus is in the garage and the bike's in the conservatory.
Hey Chris, you are by far.
You're a top man.
Chris is by far the poshest Scotsman I've ever met.
Respect for that, man.
Just went up a level.
50 up to Paisley, please. There's a man that keeps his motorcycle in the conservatory. Yeah, that's 2 bottles of ACF 50. Yeah.
That sounded like Rev on the phone then.
He's Scottish, and yeah, he keeps in the conservatory. Oh, I know.
Along with his bagpipes.
Yeah. Yeah, and he is a sporran. Yeah. He wears a kilt, not on the bike, but he keeps in the conservatory. That's 2 bottles of ACF 50, thanks.
Is that?
What I say, keeping your bike in the conservatory.
Mine gets left outside with a cover.
What's funny is if you went to Eclipse Motorcycles and asked Dave to get you some ACF 50, he wouldn't get you some ACF 50. He'd get you the bargain one of the ACF 50 because he's done it to everybody.
4 cans of WD-40.
Oh, he's done it to everybody I know. Bless him.
Yes, we give it a liberal coat of ACF 50.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Si, I think
that actually sounded like him.
I know. I think, Si, you've heard the story, haven't you, from Red about when he got a puncture in his tyre, and Red put a Pirelli GT on the front of his bike, and he bought a GT, but his rear tyre still had a little bit of life left in it, so he thought, I'll just wear it down quickly and then put the rear on. But we were both out. I was pillion on his bike because my bike was in for probably some oil work. But my bike was in the garage, and I was pillion on his bike, and we get a puncture. So we have to get this bike to just anyone who will fit us in on the day, and we managed to get it into Eclipse because obviously we know Dave, and Dave's cut some favours and gotten us in. Red has been so specific with him. He's gone, look, I already have a tyre at home. I understand that, this isn't ideal. So I'll tell you what, I'll buy another tyre and just have that one spare for when I need tyres again. So if you can get me a Pirelli GT, like he was so specific. We go away for a few hours, we go get some lunch, we come back, and it's the fact that he didn't even consult Red. He's just gone, oh, Red, don't worry about it. I found some discounted Pirelli ST in the bin. I was just like, oh no, he's managed to get the wrong tyre. But he's already ordered it, got it, fitted it. It's done. Oh, Red's never forgived him. Red has never forgived him to this day. I love
Wow.
it. He asked for a set
That's
diet.
your red bomb.
Oh, I just loved it. It killed me, cracked me up.
No.
Red can be passionate when he debates, bless him.
Chris,
I'll tell you what,
when is
Red's
it?
a
Is it
really
away?
nice guy. He really is.
Friday.
Friday. Where are you all meeting?
I think there's a bunch of us meeting the Ayrshire boys. We're meeting at sort of, I think at the Morrisons at Stevenston maybe.
Right.
But I'm not 100% sure. And then we're going to Dumbarton to meet. There's a girl coming down for Bex or something.
Aye.
I'm going to
Bex.
translate with sign language so you all know
Yeah.
what these Scottish guys are talking
I got
about.
about 3 words out of that.
So it's like Lomond garage at Dumbarton.
Yes.
Just over the Erskine Bridge. So it's usually the Q1 garage or something like that. Yeah.
Yes, Milton. I think they call it Milton.
It's Milton. It's Milton. There's a meeting at it's a Lomond garage.
But I think it's Dumbarton because she is staying at a hotel in Dumbarton, and we are going to meet her and have breakfast in the hotel.
Excellent.
I'll tell you what, Paul Rowland looks like he's been adopted by aliens.
Cat.
Wow.
Chris, I've had this as well. Don't worry about it.
That's alright, man. I can do
They get over it, pal. They
Don't
get
worry,
over
man.
it.
We never get over it. You'll all sound funny.
Listen, mate, I would love to be riding with you to Skye, but unfortunately I can't get the time off. Your bike looks cracking, man.
There'll be other opportunities, I'm
Of
sure.
course. You don't need to speak. You don't need to speak polite to me, mate. I understand what you're saying.
Did you notice how he tried? Did you notice how he tried to go more posh than Scottish?
He did.
No, it's like
He went full Edinburgh then. He did.
no,
didn't
we will. We'll get a chance to ride out. There isn't a doubt about that.
So all we have to do is go full Scottish with each other, and then we're like a couple of Muslims chatting Arabic.
They won't have a clue.
And just like that, Simon's monetization's gone from out.
No,
Feel red.
My channel is now in the shitter.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
To anyone.
Well, I was just going to lower the tone earlier and say when Roland had blonde hair, after half a bottle of this, he was looking pretty hot.
I'll tell you what, Roland, you were giving me a run for my money with that hair that was on it.
I was trying to impersonate you, actually. But I
Was it?
couldn't find the right
Yeah.
colour.
Grant, I think you look like a younger me.
Do you know what? After seeing that photo earlier, I think so as well.
Listen, gentlemen, I'm going to have to depart. But once again, it's been awesome catching up with all you guys.
Always, bro.
Thanks,
Stay
Roland.
safe.
It's been lovely to share the screen with you.
It was an honour and a pleasure, Roland. It's nice to see you
Chris,
again.
he didn't understand a word that you said.
Yeah, Simon will
It's
message
been nice
me
to
later.
be on the telly with you.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Riley. Watch it back later. I'll stick the fucking subtitles up. You're all right.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I don't know.
Roland, I'm just going to tell the Scottish guys what you just said. All right, wee man, I'll see you later. All right.
Good day, Roland. Nice to be on the telly with you.
It's starting to sound more and more like a funny
Couple of
isn't it?
Cheers, Roland. All the
All
best,
right,
pal.
guys. Hope to
Okay,
catch you
guys.
again,
man.
Chris.
Bye.
My dad, yeah.
Get a camera, Chris.
I know, definitely.
Catch us later.
All the
Bye.
best, pal.
Take care, Riley. Thanks,
Fucking hell.
Get the camera up. And
I
just
never
Chris,
in my
definitely get a camera on your bike, mate. Honestly,
Yeah, man.
because like people would love to listen to you just chatting. Because you're a good guy. You're natural.
I'll tell you what.
Honestly, mate. Honestly.
Fortunate because YouTube does subtitles. It does it itself. So yeah.
I'm scared
No,
to get
honest-
a camera in case I end up in prison.
No. Listen, mate. It's like there's
See the
loads
way
of
I'm
ways,
writing it? It's fucking
but there's loads of ways of blocking out clocks.
Yeah.
I've got a ZZR 1400. I've blocked out many a speed limit.
I was
I've
gonna say,
already got 6 points.
fucking hell.
I'll have you know, nobody in this panel actually breaks the speed limit. We all ride
No,
legally,
it's
don't
like
we?
yes, absolutely. I
We're
don't
all-
condone.
No, never,
riding.
never.
Stand there,
Riding
Paul. He's
it.
the copper. Watch yourself. All right.
Don't condone it. I don't condone it.
The
But
filth.
nobody would frown upon you.
The
I
only
work
reason
for
I
work
broke
for the
the speed
police and I
limit was
break the
because I was
speed
feared
limit.
for my life. There was a man after me.
Did they have a car with blue lights on it?
It was a road rage incident. The guy wanted to kill me, so I had to speed to get away to save my life.
I just go.
Actually, I will just say at this point, Grant, you're taking a piss out of me.
I would
Yes.
never do that, Paul. I would never do that, Noddy.
Paul, or Noddy, the piss artist, as you're now known.
Hang on a fucking minute, he's changed my name. I've only just noticed.
We've got that for the last hour.
Piss taking bastard. Look at that. Wait.
Zed, I don't know, but now that Zed's put on his glasses, I just expect him to be working in an Apple store.
Hello?
You look like an Apple guru.
Stu.
I'm having problem with my iPad.
Piss off, you just look like Rolf Harris now.
Good day, mate.
Tom Kangaroo down.
Can you
No,
tell
it
what
is
it
yet,
is?
kids.
Can you tell what it is yet?
Oh my god.
Simon looks like the Terminator rebooted. Like
rebooted into what?
Yeah. That right, Connor?
Off the lot of you.
PC piss head blood. PC piss head blood.
Oh yeah, that's just reminded me. That's just reminded me what I was going to say. Actually, it's all very well, sort of like going on about speed.
We're all under arrest. We have the right to remain silent. Sorry, no, you carry on.
When I'm out and about, I see a lot of the roads policing unit, the motorcycle cops out quite a lot, and they don't stick to the speed limit, as you well know. And you've seen them, Simon. You know, they're sort of like going 100, 110, 120.
It's so happy.
You know, if they're going to a job and they're not on blue lights or anything like that, so yeah, they play by their own rules.
Paul, can I ask you a question? And I'm being totally serious, right? It's like my brother is 55, retired just recently out of the police. He has a registration plate that says Giant 999 DWA, and he was driving a Skoda.
Leave chat room.
He was driving a Skoda Octavia VRS at 150 miles an hour up in Aberdeen, overtaking just a couple of cars, and they pulled him over to say, "You were just going a wee bit too fast, Davey."
A wee bit too fast.
Just wind your neck in a wee bit. Thanks, officer. Thank you. The cheers. Is that right or is that wrong?
Do you know what?
Bearing in mind he's an advanced driver.
Yeah. The whole philosophy about policing, you'd be unfortunate if you came across one that's quite young in service, because you're going to get fucked, right?
Yeah.
But if you come across someone like me that's been doing it for about nearly 20 years, there's a philosophy called what's called discretionary policing.
Yeah.
And we base it on what we would call like an attitude test. And if you're pulling someone over that's doing something a little bit silly, and then you talk to them, and then you find out from that conversation that it was like a calculated, intelligent risk and not putting anyone at harm, then you would use what one would call discretionary policing, and then you would let them get on their way.
Yeah. No, the coppers always want to do you, man.
Paul, can I quote you on that the next time I get stopped?
I
do understand. No, I do understand.
It's dependent on your attitude, because there's again another philosophy that we learn, you know, quite early on in our service. You know, the philosophy of the Batarist box, which is in psychological terms, we treat people the way they treat us, and then we then in turn treat them in a way that engenders a sort of
reflects
a neutral sort of a ground. We know before we pull someone over when we've PNC'd a vehicle. We know before we've pulled someone over if we're going to be looking at something that might cause us a little bit of grief, or it might be a little bit of a job. And it all begins with, when you PNC the vehicle, it might have no tax, it might have no MOT, it might have no insurance. And if you've not got one, you've usually got other little things to look out for. Yeah. And again, it's the case of when we're talking to someone, we've got them out of the car, we're talking to them, and it's like an attitude test. And if someone's okay and they're saying, yeah, sorry, officer, I was taking the piss a little bit, I was a bit quick, but blah blah blah, you then weigh it all up. But then you get someone out of the car that might have a bit of an attitude, they might be a little bit combative, they might be a little bit a bit aggressive or a bit silly. You then take that conversation in another way, and then that starts going on another way, doesn't it?
See if you were to get to the situation that you have stopped a biker or whatever, and they have got you to that level where they've not given you the answers. You've been amenable to them, but the reaction that you're getting isn't sort of following the guidelines, and you're getting a wee bit to that stage where you think, you know what, I'm just going to give you the full length of the law. What happens if that biker was to put on an Audi hat? Would that change?
Then basically you get your bottle of whiskey out and then you say, well done, Noddy. I'm big ears, go fuck yourself.
Noddy, the man in his little yellow car.
No, it's one of those things. I mean, you don't tend to pull over bikers because some counties have like what's called a no follow policy. Yeah. So if you got a biker and they're really pinning it, you're not going to follow a biker.
But the thing about it is like, and I know from what my brother says as well, is like you have like targeted cars. There's targeted cars that sit on PNC for various reasons, but like the likes of bikers, if you've got a bike that's traveling any speed, it's not going to be safe to travel at any pursuit. And it's not
in the public interest to be engaging in a pursuit with a motorcycle. And I shouldn't really say this, but I will.
Do you have a quota to meet?
No, that's all bollocks. Whoever says that, the only thing that will flag a police officer that's out and about in a car, if they're fitted with what's called ANPR, which is the automatic number plate recognition, they will be concentrating on the nominals, and that is the people of interest. If you're going to be herring along and you're going to be riding or driving like an arse, then if you get stopped, it's because you were just unfortunate enough that copper was between McDonald's brakes, and they're going to pull you over and have a word. But 9 times out of 10, if you're on a motorbike, unless you're doing something really fucking stupid, you're going to be okay. You're not going to get pulled over, because it's not in anyone's interest to be engaging in a pursuit with a motorcyclist, because it's never going to be authorised by the.
At the end of the day, the police aren't interested in you if you're riding fast. If you're riding dangerously,
you're right, Simon. Because like the whole thing that I was going to say was like I've heard of a situation where like a biker overtook. It wasn't a long line of cars. It was like a group of cars, maybe 2 or 3 cars, and they did reach triple digits, admittedly, and pulled in. But their argument was that they required to reach triple digits to overtake the cars, to then pull in and draw back to a reasonable speed. which is exactly what they did. And they felt that at that time that it wasn't, there was nobody at risk. There was nobody at risk because the road was open. The situation was clear. The bike was in the best condition it could be, tires and otherwise. There wasn't any sort of weather conditions that would have sort of said anything otherwise. And it came down at the end of the day to a more experienced police officer that talked what I would say was a younger constable down from maybe throwing the book at somebody that didn't deserve it. Not saying that he didn't deserve it, because they probably did because of the speed, but safety wise, they took what was it? They used discretion's the best part of valor. That's what I would say.
That's what I was talking about, Stu. Is discretionary policing. It's you'd pull someone over and they take their crash out off, and you're talking to someone that's in their 40s and the 50s.
Yeah,
you instantly think, hang on a minute, I'm not talking to some 17-year-old idiot. Is out on a fucking ego trip.
I got pulled over on my bike for a little bit of speed, and my number plate was completely illegal. And I got pulled over by the police a couple of years ago now. And I firmly believe in how you interact with the officer to start off with is how he's going to react to you.
100%.
Yeah.
So I pulled over, and I've immediately turned the bike off. I put it on the side stand, and while I'm still sitting on it, I've took my gloves off, I've took my crash helmet off. Now, there's no way I'm now going to run away from him.
No.
Then I stepped off the bike and I walked to the back of the bike. At which point he opened his door and got out because he was waiting for me to do a runner. He got out and he just walked up to me and said, "Good evening. What the fucking hell's that?" And I went, "Oh shit, I've left my show plate on. I didn't realise my show plate was still on the bike." He went, "Oh, okay, that's your plate. What was the speed about?" I said, "To be honest with you, officer, I didn't see you on the roundabout, and I just opened it up away from the roundabout.
Right.
So that's all on me. I do apologise." He went, "Right, okay." He went back to his car. He come back and he went, "Right, change your plate when you get home and keep your speed down." And that was it. That was the whole conversation.
Was that Bedfordshire or TVP border?
That was Hertfordshire, please.
You lucky bastard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that was the end of the conversation. And I firmly believe, because of the way I dealt with him to start off with, he was quite receptacle. If I did not even took my crash helmet off or anything, just sat there with the bike waiting for him to walk up.
You got off being an arsehole, then it would have gone a completely different way.
Yeah. But I turned the bike off. I took my gloves off. I took my crash helmet off. It's obviously I'm not now going to run away from him, so he got out of the car. But I think though, because the registration plate, the way it was laid out, it looked like another registration.
Yeah,
and which is what he said to me. He said to me that it came back as a Peugeot van, not a car, not a bike. So
the old attitude, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all attitude. It's all attitude. And as soon as I've taken my crash helmet and everything else, but he's seen the grey hair, he's seen I ain't a young kid, so he knows he's not dealing with a little scrote.
Fucking Chris is in for a fucking lifetime.
So does that mean you discriminate against a young scrote?
Yeah.
Even although I'm really, really nice to the police officer.
Yeah. But unfortunately, they don't understand you.
Yeah.
To be fair, yeah.
I'd pull you over, Chris, and judge you by your hairstyle and your bike, and I'd fuck you up.
I can tell you, anytime the police stop me, I'm very, very nice to them. I'm so civil, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And they still fucking fling the book at me. Give me 3 points, £100 fine.
Then another 3 points, just because.
Aye, and I'm really nice. Sorry, like.
What you got to do is you got to find out who the police commissioner's name is. You got to find out their name and say, "Oh, do you know Stevie?"
From now on,
you got to be careful, Chris, because 3 more points, and if you're in your first 18 months of your riding career,
that's a reset.
No,
that's a reset.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I've looked into this, and it doesn't accumulate because I've had my driver's license for 20 years.
I was
So
going to say
adding something onto it again doesn't mean you start from the beginning.
All right. Okay. Yeah. If you've had a substantive license as a driver of a motor vehicle, then you're fine.
Yeah.
But as a typical rider of a motorbike, if you've gone for your normal bike license and you haven't started on a car, then with 6 points on your license, you'll be fucked. But you're in a different position.
I think the reason people like sometimes get confused with that is simply because and I always think, but if they think about it, they'd realize it makes no sense, because if I get disqualified whilst riding a motorcycle, they're not just going to disqualify my bike license and say, oh, but continue to drive your car like a knob. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you get disqualified, it don't matter what you're driving, riding.
If it happens, it happens. Down in a blaze of glory.
So anyway, this is the last time we'll see Chris on the YouTube channel, because next week he'll be fucking dead.
Exactly. Yeah, that'll be the end of Chris. Adios.
It could happen. You never know.
If I ever get pulled over from now on, I'm just going to say it's all right. I know Noddy. Noddy's my pal. Like Noddy will get me out.
Yeah, PC Noddy, he'll get me out.
See the thing about it is, Paul, is like I love how you can relax in our company. I love that. That's a special thing because.
Aye, but can we relax in Paul's company?
No, absolutely. No, we can. We can 100%. We can.
Because I'm Bedfordshire, you're up north.
No, it's not even that. It's my brother's a police officer, so like I know some of the sort of events and that happen within a police officer's daily duties, and I appreciate every single minute of service that you put in.
Thank you for your service, Paul.
Yep, absolutely. It's like I'll give you an example. It's like we all travelled up to my nephew's christening, and the night before, my brother was stationed up in Fraserburgh, up in Aberdeen, and the night before, my brother was on a 12-hour shift in Peterhead, and this guy decided that he wanted to kill his wife with 2 knives, and the only people that were protecting that woman from that man was my brother and his partner. The armed response unit was in Aberdeen. My brother was 20 odd miles away in Peterhead, having to deal with that situation, and that happened the day before we christened his son. And he had to deal with that for 12 hours and then come home, get 2 hours sleep, and then christen his son. So I'm under no illusions as to what the police officers do, and I firmly appreciate everything that they do. I really do.
Yeah, it's another life, most certainly. But
it definitely is.
Yeah, the streets would be a terrible place without them.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure, as much as we hate you fuckers, but it's a terrible place without you, so it's a necessary evil.
And you know what? I can still sleep at night.
That's a good thing.
Man.
That's a good thing.
Really good. I can't.
I'm just like I say, I firmly appreciate the fact that you can relax in our company, Paul. I really do appreciate it. And I appreciate everything that you do, your service, and it's a great thing. It really is. You feel comfortable enough that you can relax, and we're not going to judge you. And that's brilliant.
Drink a full bottle, Paul.
I'll drink to that.
Cheers, big man.
You'll drink to fucking anything, Noddy.
Noddy wanted more toast.
Speech, Paul. We want a speech.
Don't give speeches. we've got a massive picture of a GTR 1400.
Oh, it's Simon, what are you showing us?
Very nice.
Oh, I'm trying to show something, but it ain't fucking working. It's an Instagram post.
No, wait a minute. I know what it is, Paul. His tyres are illegal. Look at his tyres.
Paul, get on that.
He shows his chicken strips. That's what it is.
There's no chicken on them strips. I'll tell you.
Even the front tires.
Yep.
I think when Simon's not looking, I'm going to get my little can of spray paint out and spray it like Rev Bombs green on the boxes.
What's that? What shade of green would you say that was, Paul?
What shade of green?
Vomit.
I wish I fucking knew, mate. Vomit. I like it on a car because I think it would be on a car. I think that was VW called it Viper Green, didn't they?
Mm.
Right.
It's not the Kawasaki green.
No.
It's nearly 2:30. I think we need to be getting off to bed,
I
guys.
think you lot need to just fuck off to bed.
Simon, I thought we were just starting.
Yeah.
I'm just getting warmed up, Simon.
Oh, we're just warming up.
Edit.
I'll tell you what, though, I will thank you lot for one thing. All night, I've had one cigarette.
Brilliant.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah,
Good-
that's what it's
good on
about.
you.
That's
Good
a
on.
positive.
All night I've had none, so there you
Good
go.
on you.
I beat
Wow,
You
there's
can
always one person in it who's got to make your achievements look so small.
So if it's any
I am that
consolation,
man.
Have you given
if
up,
any cons-
Simon?
if it's any consolation, I've had about 5 joints. So
Have you? Excellent.
Hey,
So
there's a
good.
police officer.
oh, sorry, Jamaican.
He's talking about beef, joints and beef. What's the matter with you?
Jamaican
The only thing I'm
woodbine.
upset about is the fact that these days young'uns don't understand what decent gear is all about. Back in my day, it was
Right.
Moroccan black. You like heated it up, you stuck a little bit in your
Or
tobacco.
a good bit of soap bar.
Yeah,
Good bit of soap bar.
and you had a fucking
It's all
good giggle.
junk now. It's all junk. They don't know
But
how to
these
do
young-
it anymore. Paul.
Nobody showed this video
No
to the
respect.
commissioner, will they?
They don't know how to
These
do
young'uns
it anymore.
now, they're spending 25 quid on about a gram of skunk, and it like smells like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably because it's been up about. That's probably 'cause it's been up about 4 of the young team's butts.
Probably.
Right, we're going to round this up with Ram Robin. What are you doing this weekend, Stu?
I'm doing quite a lot of bowling this weekend. I've actually just bought hoses for the ZX9 as well to future-proof it for E10 fuel. So that'll be getting at some point. Don't know whether I'll film it or not. I can't decide whether I'm going to carry on the whole sort of series of the ZX9 because I think at the end of the day I'm going to sell it. I think it's going to get done to a certain level and then pushed on because
How much?
how much you want it for?
I don't know. I don't want to insult you.
What year is it?
Offer.
It's a B4, the 90 something or other.
Right.
Is,
That's like 3.5 grand then, isn't it?
is it a good bike? Why don't you want to keep
It
it?
is a good bike.
Because I've got a ZZR 1400. I bought it because I didn't want anyone else to own it because I know who owned it. And I bought it because I knew the history of the bike.
Oh, so it's got provenance.
Yeah. So basically,
Okay, so it's not like grand then.
yeah, definitely. And like I was bored. I wanted something to do over the winter, which I will do. I'm going to spray the frame. I'm going to spray the swing arm. All new bearings, swing arm bearings, wheel bearings, so on and so forth. It's already had a lot done to it. New brakes, so on and so forth. So by the time whoever it is that gets it, they'll get it for £1,000. but I can assure you there'll be £2,000 worth of work spent on it. But I'm not after the money. I just
selling it for £1,000.
Yeah.
Right. Aye, that sounds all right,
aye. Yeah. And it will have repainted tank fairings. It's got new tyres on it anyway. It's got new brakes on it anyway. It will be fully serviced. It will be fully MOT'd, and it will be getting sold for £1,000.
1,000?
Yeah, to the first person that wants it.
Why are you selling it for that?
Why are you selling
amount
it
of
for
money? That's a bit cheap.
No, that's because I want somebody to own a bike that maybe they wouldn't be able to afford. I want somebody else. I want to try and push a legacy on a wee bit. This is a bike that somebody's going to own that they'll not need to do any work to. The work will already be done. Okay. I'll have done it, and it's just my time. That's all that I'm putting my time into it. I'm not taking any money out of it. I'm going to sell it for what I paid for it. And I've spent money on it, and I will have spent money on it. I'm not going to tell anyone how much money I've spent on it, but it doesn't matter. I want somebody else to own it.
That's giving it away.
It's not. It's not. Chris, if you want to come and look at it once it's done, you're more than welcome to.
I'll buy it.
Why don't you do like they do on BOTB? You just sell tickets.
Not interested in that. Not interested.
No, then you give it to a charity or something like that. No, I mean, a bike like that deserves.
I'm not interested in that.
Oh, I don't know. A bike like that deserve it.
Anyway, I'm going to move this on because I've been up since 4 o'clock Friday morning. So, Rhythmic, what are you up to the weekend?
What am I doing? So tomorrow's just sort of my leisure day, so my leisure ride. So probably head over to Triumph Woburn, grab some lunch, why not? Or originally breakfast, but it will probably be lunch at this point. And then just fucking go off from there wherever.
Give me a message if I'm up. I'll come with you.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. And then on Sunday, and then on Sunday, usual shenanigans. Yeah, that'd be all good. So, if you do come tomorrow, you might want to beware, because obviously when you turn into the car park,
careful, gravel.
Watch all that. Also, I've sent you the actual video file. Now I know you were having some trouble playing it, but I've sent you the actual file if you ever need that, mate.
All right, mate. Cheers. It's awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you,
Chris. What are you doing the weekend?
Well, tomorrow I shall be relaxing with my good wife and having a nice day in the house. And then on Sunday, I shall be travelling on my motorcycle up north in Scotland.
So Saturday's shagging and Sunday's riding his bike. Okay.
both days are riding, but they're two different types of riding.
Do we need to ask?
The first day, Chris doesn't have to tuck his mirrors in.
I can already tell you what Paul's doing tomorrow.
What am I doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow
it's going to take a while. I should have started with Paul, really.
I shall begin my day at 10 o'clock.
Making toast.
With copious amounts of coffee.
And at full English.
Oh, yes, that's a good idea. I might have full English.
Yeah, the thing is, Paul, you've got to cook it. Because you got rid of all your wives.
That's right. Good point. So it's going to be a bowl of shreddies.
It's a sad breakfast.
It's going to be a bowl of shreddies.
Breakfast for one. A breakfast for one.
It's going to be a bowl of shreddies followed up by a disappointing wank in the morning.
No, that was this morning.
Now, where did I leave that sock?
Simon, surely it will still be stuck to the wall.
No, it's fallen off now. And I might join Rhythmic and Simon at Woburn.
Fuck it, I would. Yeah, you're gonna be all right.
Yeah, we're going to be gone by 1. You ain't going to be there by then.
And then when I've booked myself out of the Betty Ford clinic, then I'll probably just.
I'll tell you what, guys. This has been such a laugh tonight. Thank you so much. It's been 4 hours, but it's literally flown by.
Killed me.
It's been awesome. It's been awesome. And
Chris is going to start that, isn't he?
I was just spend the afternoon throwing up on the toilet.
yeah. Do you know why it's got that specific bit of fairing underneath the headlights there? Do you know what that's for?
The ashtray.
No, it's keep you manginical. Right. On that note.
It's forced induction. Forced.
Yeah, it's what I said. Mangina cooling system. Anyway, guys, this has been absolutely awesome.
Tell us
Thank
Posh
you so much.
Conservatory because he's got the vertical blinds going on in there.
Yeah.
It's like, he's watched that.
That's so his neighbours don't see him porking his missus. That's all
Yeah,
that's for.
he's got a leather sofa in the conservatory.
Excellent.
Yeah. Need we say no more? Yeah, Pornhub.
Yeah.
I think we should. I think we should get him to start the bike up.
No, I can't do that.
Full rev, Chris, come on. You want
do
to
the rev bomb challenge.
Yeah,
Rev Bomb
boys.
challenge live on Simon's.
we're all going to do the Rev Bomb challenge in our
Listen,
conservatory.
boys, listen. I've done that before, and it really upsets the wife.
Man's trying to get his ride in tomorrow.
Especially when I've been having some of this and that.
That's understandable, pal. Understandable.
I don't want to be in control of a motor vehicle whilst under the influence of alcohol.
Not with a police officer present, no.
Tell someone that gives a shit.
I don't know why, because tomorrow when we go to Tripe, Paul's going to be in control of a motorcycle whilst under the influence of
Tomorrow, Noddy is going to be out on patrol. He's going to be putting out the speed signs.
You fucking speeding, son! You speeding!
He's going to be setting up the traffic cones.
The traffic cones are made of glass, obviously.
Yeah.
He's going to get out the breathalyzer, the old type, the glass ones.
Blow into this, pal.
Fuck off, I just threw that out the window. Yeah,
You
anyway.
don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you don't. Something which you urinate on later in court.
Oh, Paul, absolutely.
Anything you do say will be taken down.
That's against the wall.
Oh,
You're next, you cunt.
fantastic.
Oh, Paul, man. I fucking love you, Paul.
You've made me smile so much.
Oh,
And
That's
if I don't see you at
excellent.
Bobo tomorrow, I'll see you at the Super Sausage.
you super
So sausage.
All right, guys. Well, thank you, Stu. Thank you, Rhythmic. Thank you, Chris. And thank you, Pisshead
All the
PC Prod.
best, Chris, man.
Thank you, Simon.
Enjoy your trip away, pal.
You're welcome, man.
And I
You're
will
welcome.
catch up with you.
love it.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Take care,
everyone.
guys. And I'll leave you with this final little video, and then we're going.
Okay. Oh, we got a little
And
video.
yeah, God bless their soul.
Take care, boys.
Right, all. Take care.
I'll
Lovely.